the Special Magistrate Virtual Hearing Agenda for May 11, 2021. Could all city staff that are speaking at today's hearing please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Thank you. Our first case is on page 2, Inspector Malaika Murray, case number CE 20101288, case address 6000 Northeast 22nd Way, 1H. Owner Raquel. Property posted 4/20/21, posted at City Hall 4/27/21.
Hello,
Good morning, Mr.
can
Gill.
you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can you please raise?
My computer, my internet went down, so I had to go to another room and plug in.
Yes, sir. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes,
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
yes.
Thank you.
Hello,
Hey,
Inspector Malaika Murray, number 302, on behalf of the city, presenting case number CE 20101288, posted at the property on 4/20/2021. The address 6000 Northeast 22nd Way, apartment or unit 1H. It was posted at City Hall on 4/27/2021. Have the owner listed as Raquel Hyatt. I first inspected this residential property zoned RMM-25 residential multifamily mid-rise location on November the 4th, 2020, following a resident's complaint. I'd like to submit these photos into evidence which depict the following violations that were found and cited, or the following violation which was found and cited. 9-280B. There is broken glass on the rear window as well as rear sliding glass door at this unit. The posting, mailing of the legal documents have been done as per department protocol. There has been virtually no communication in regards to trying to resolve these violations. BCPA feel that there's no change in ownership of this property since February 2020 of 2021. I have this property currently not homesteaded. A pretrial hearing inspection was performed on Sunday of this week and found that the violations do remain as depicted in the pictures. The city is recommending 35 days to bring this property into compliance, or $50 per day to begin to accrue for that violation thereafter.
Where is the property owner?
the host unmute you.
Okay, Mr. Gill,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. Gill. This is
I-
Magistrate.
I can barely hear you.
Okay,
It's on my, it's on,
Craig Flynn, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I
Okay.
can hear you.
The city has requested 35 days to bring the property into compliance, or a fine of $50 a day thereafter. Can
Well,
you- Can you bring the property into compliance within the next 35 days?
the window we could do within the next 35 days. The sliding glass door is impact, and I've been trying to get in contact with the association and the some of the people in the building, that, like the vice president, to give me the name of the company that installed the impact windows. I know the company that made them, but they need to look up the invoice and the unit number to order the glass for the sliding glass door. And I was told 8 to 10 weeks to have the impact glass made. The window we can do, no problem. I've already have the glass for that. I'm a general contractor, by the way.
And is the reason, are you having trouble getting the supplies?
Having trouble getting the glass for the sliding glass door because it's impact and it needs, see, they hired a contractor to do the work. So I called the manufacturer because the name is on the door, and they said, we don't have any any record of this sliding glass door being sold. You have to find out who the contractor is who bought it from us, so we can look up the contractor's name and then look up the invoice and the unit number so they can order the actual impact glass. And once they do, it's 8 to 10 weeks for the glass.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'm gonna give you 63 days to bring the
Perfect.
property into compliance. And if
Thank
you
you.
run into a problem, make sure you contact the inspector and request an extension.
I will. Thank you very much. We could take care of the window this week. That's not a big deal. I already have the glass for that. It's the sliding glass door that's the problem.
Okay, that's appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a great day.
You too.
Thank you.
Or $50 a day thereafter. Yeah, I thought I said that in the beginning. Okay.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 34. Inspector Will Snyder. Case number CE 200908661. Case address 3022 Northeast 26th Street. Owner Jeffrey Fenster. This case was first heard on 2/9/2021 to comply by 5/11/2021. One section not complied, fines due to start May 12th, 2021 at $50 per day, and this was in order to reappear. Good morning, Michael. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank
Good
you.
morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City for Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 200900861 for the property located at 3022 Northeast 26th Street. Case was first heard February 9th, 2021. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at the property by May 11th, 2021. Pre-hearing inspection determined that the property was demolished under an issued building permit BLD-RDEM-21020015. The demolition is complete. The seawall maintenance violation remains. However, seawall permit BLD-BDSP-21040025 is in awaiting client response status. At this time, the city is requesting a 181-day extension to allow for the completion of the seawall reconstruction.
Okay. Do we have someone here for the property owner?
Yeah, that's me, Michael Yamalos. I'm the owner's representative or owner's agent.
Are you in agreement with the extension of 181 days?
Yeah, I am. I want to ask the question. I mean, is there any case that this could be dropped? Because we're going to be applying for a new single family residential permit, which will require the seawall to come up to a minimum of 5 feet NAVD. And based on the current elevation, the property is going to need a new seawall in any event, and unrelated to code, but related to the new construction. And so I'd request that we would drop the case in that event, but I don't know if that's possible. And if we don't do it, you can relaunch a case. But my client's committed. We've done everything that we said we would do since the last hearing. You know, we've torn the structure down, gotten proper permits, and are proceeding to to do everything to comply with the code. So we'd request that the case be dropped and be reopened if it's not complied.
Okay, I'm gonna get the city's position on that, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Perhaps you'd have to speak to the city attorney about whether or not it could be dropped, but from a code enforcement perspective, the violation was established and still remains until it's been corrected.
Okay.
I don't think it would be appropriate to just drop the violation. The city's willing to, work with the respondents as long as there's, continued observed progress. We can come back in 181 days, which is plenty of time to check on that progress and give another extension if need be.
Okay.
Yeah, I
My-
was the 181 day, so just so we can monitor the situation. And if at that time you need a further extension, well, as long as we're seeing progress, we'll try to work with you.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
And that's gonna be 182 days.
Okay,
All right,
All right, and will I get a notification for the next hearing, or what date is that? Is there a specific date for that, or?
Should we do it?
Or is it not? It's because this last time you had mentioned this date today for me to be on this call, but I mean, I'm confident we could correct it within 180 days. Would it just be dropped and not require a further appearance by me on this?
as if it's complied within the 182 days, then you won't have to come back for another hearing.
Okay,
Only way you would have to come back for another hearing now is if you request a further extension.
got it.
Not ordering you to reappear.
Okay, sounds good.
Is that okay with the city?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 18. Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 21020675. Case address 1416 Southeast 11th Court, owner Tom Coleman. This property was cited on 3/30/21 to comply by 4/2/21. One section complied at $150 per day, $4,650 accrued, and this is a citation appeal. Good morning, Mr. Coleman. Could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne for case number CE 21020675. The case address is 1416 Southeast 11th Court. The owners of this property were issued a citation number C 1232 on 3/30/21 to trim the hedges back and cut them down no more than 10 feet in height. They were given 48 hours to comply, and the owner, Mr. Coleman, signed for the ticket and was given instructions orally as well. He did not agree with the time allowance for compliance and said it would not be done by that time. And we explained to him that we would not be back to work until Monday to inspect the property, which actually gave him an additional 2 days to complete the work. Myself, along with Inspector Caserta, returned the next day at the request of my supervisor to amend the citation to include the specific ordinance 47-19.5.b, which included the specific table as reference. I tried to make contact with the owners, however, no one answered the door. So we posted a copy of the amended citation, C 1234, as well as the voided citation. The violation is in compliance as of May 4th, 2021. And during this inspection, I had Laura Tooley meet me at the property to offer her experience as a landscape inspector, plans examiner, and she concurred that the violation was in compliance. And she is here today to speak on behalf of the city and offer her testimony for the record. And then also I would like to enter into evidence the photos that show the violation as depicted. And the city is requesting a finding of fact as well as full imposition of fines.
Okay. You can bring on the witness.
Good morning. My name is Laura Tooley. I am landscape plans examiner with the city. I went out with the officer last week. It is in compliance as cited. However, there are a few concerns where the shrubs are still encroaching on the sidewalk, pose a hazard. And I just wanted to make sure that the owner is aware of that and that is still should be addressed, and I don't want a separate case to be opened for it. But it is a concern and a hazard, for passerbys, pedestrians on the sidewalk.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Is there anything else?
That's it.
Okay. All right. Mr. Coleman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What do you want to tell me about this citation?
We have a risk management claim with the city of Fort Lauderdale under GL 20809 for the damage from the king tide for the last 5 years where it has eroded my property. The sidewalk that they keep pointing to, there are metal bars, as you see in their photos. That is the edge of the property. My shrubs, my trees are behind that until the property now is on an angle from the 5 years of king tide. The city's aware of that. There's a claim pending. They have people coming out and looking at it. I have offered them to remove all of those shrubs if they want them out. They don't want them out. They told me that they have to finish the claim. I'm waiting for the claim to get finished. Spoke to the claims adjuster again last week, and they're still in the process of getting it appraised. They've been doing that since January. They've been sending code inspectors out the entire time since January, since we put the claim in. So I would love to have this problem resolved.
Sir, let me ask you a question. What does the claim have to do with trimming your hedges?
The hedges now grow sideways. So the more you trim the hedges, such as the sea grape tree, which I'm not even allowed to do again this year because I've done it once, I can't control them growing sideways. They're the only thing holding the land in place. So when you trim everything back and you cut it down to nothing, there's nothing holding the land in place for the erosion. If you look at the photos they have, I have almost 18 inches of land that has disappeared off the side of the yard. So I'm trying to keep it under control and comply with the city's request through their code enforcement as well as through the claim adjuster. So when they tell me what they want, I'm happy to listen to them, but I'm not getting the same answer from both sides.
Your Honor, if I may, Portia Williams, Assistant Director, Department of Sustainable Development.
Portia, could you speak up a little bit?
I sure can, Your Honor. In short, the two processes are very separate. Although Mr. Coleman is suggesting that risk management sent us out, risk management did not send us out to the property at all. This complaint was actually sent to me by the Director of Transportation and Mobility as a complaint from the community. And it has nothing at all to do with the risk management claim that is occurring. And so the adjuster would not provide any type of direction as it relates to the code enforcement violation. However, Mr. Coleman has been in communication with the inspectors, and we also had a meeting with his wife, the we being the assistant city manager, as well as the two deputies, as well as the director of Department of Sustainable Development and myself. Clear direction was provided. And so the hesitancy to comply the violation is really coming from the owner disagreeing with the violation as opposed to the instruction that has been provided.
Okay, so.
So two things there, please.
Sure.
The first is when the county came out for their traffic ordinance, they said it was not the bushes, shrubs, or trees on that side. It's the design of the intersection as a whole that is a problem. The second part is, again, I have to wait to get the check from the city to remove everything in that area. They have to pay for that to get removed. This is the city's way of going around that and telling me to remove it and pay for it. It's there. They can say it's separate and it's not coming from there. And the complaint when the code inspectors came out was it was coming from the city. So again, I'm trying to comply the best I can, but I'm getting two different answers, and I'm being asked to front the burden of what the city's already admitted they have to pay for to remove all of that.
Okay, city attorney want to weigh in on this?
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Ronald Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. I think you've heard from our landscape plans examiner, and Your Honor can see the photos. The citation is for the height, and you can clearly see in the photos with the measurements and through testimony that the shrub is very high. It is in compliance. Now, as Ms. Williams stated, there was a meeting with a number of managers and directors to explain and assist the property owners in coming to a resolution. I would agree with Ms. Williams, the two processes are separate. King Tide's issues aside, there clearly is an issue of of safety and probably site issues based upon how high the shrubs had grown. But again, they're in compliance now. And again, two separate processes. Risk doesn't direct code enforcement efforts. They never have. And, again, all I can say is they're in compliance now, which is great.
Okay. Should I find that the violation exists, what's your position under the code as to whether or not I have any discretion with regard to the fines that have accrued so far?
So, yeah, thank you, Your Honor. As the code is very clear on the citation as well as the face of the citation. Again, this is an appeal. Normally a finding of a violation is shall, but as you know, Your Honor, normally or often we come before Your Honor with no appeal. This is an appeal. My position would be that it's a little distinct from what we usually see. And I believe Your Honor may have the ability, based upon the appeal and the testimony presented, to enter a finding that the citation was correct. But I believe in this case, you may have discretion as to the amount of the fine.
Okay.
Based upon the status that it is an appeal and not, just the imposition when there is no appeal, if that makes sense.
All right. I am going to find that the violation exists based on the evidence presented here today, but I'm going to reduce the fine to $1,200.
Thank you.
How long do I have to pay that?
How long does he have to pay that?
Ms. Williams is muted.
Okay. Did you hear that?
No, she's muted.
Okay. Sorry. If it's paid within 30 days, then no lien will be against the property. If it's paid after 30 days, there'd be a lien against the property.
And does my filing of an appeal toll that?
Well,
If an appeal is,
Mr. Coleman, we can't give you legal advice, and I see that you've got a law degree back behind you. You need to read the code and the rules. We're not able to give you legal advice on that.
Well, I'm not asking for legal advice. I'm asking how long I have to appeal the court's decision.
well, that's something you'll have to figure out what the time limit for appeal is.
No, that's actually something that I'm entitled to as a matter of law from the decision-making body. That comes with the law degree behind me, Ms. Hassan.
Well, it's Hassan, and no one said that you didn't have a right to appeal. You absolutely have a right to appeal. And you can review the code and the Florida Rules of Appellate Procedure, and that will guide you on your appellate rights. You absolutely have a right to appeal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 20. Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE-19110330. Case address 660 Southwest 30th Avenue. Owner Murtali Lamadou. This case was first heard on 3/5/2020 to comply by 4/16/2020. There are three citations notated on there are three suspensions notated on this agenda. Two sections not complied at $25 per day, $11,100 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. Good morning, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning again, Senior Inspector Cologne with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 1911-0330. Case address is 660 Southwest 30th Avenue. This case came before the Special Magistrate on March 5th, 2020, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. I conducted a pre-hearing inspection as of yesterday on 5/10/2021, and the violation remains as depicted on the photos. which are being displayed and entered into evidence. And the city is requesting the full amount of the fines to be imposed.
Sir,
Yes, ma'am.
can you explain to me why this property still is not in compliance?
But at the time of these, well, I'm looking at the photos right now, the time that these photos were taken, that was done while it was in process. I submitted a photo that showed that it was actually updated and completed. So I'm not sure what exactly that she has, because like, again, these photos are old. The recent photo shows that everything has been redone, everything has been resurfaced, and there was actually new grass placed in there.
Your Honor, the photos were taken yesterday. As you can see, they're time stamped with the time that I went out to the property. So there was a lot of progress made. However, if you look, you can see that it wasn't completed 100%. This is the driveway in question.
Okay. All right. It doesn't look to me, sir, that the driveway is completely repaired.
Well, the portion of the drive that still needs to be repaired, we still have to get permit for that. And I unfortunately I live in New York, so my brother, who is, every time he gets up at work, by the time he gets up at work for the city, to get to the city to get that permit, it's usually closed. So I'm still working on trying to get the portion that needs to be permitted to get done. But we're taking our time. We're trying to make sure we can afford some of the things that needs to be fixed and rectified.
Okay, unfortunately, even though you live out of state, it's still your responsibility to keep the property in compliance.
Which I understand. I understand completely. But exactly, it's trying to get to their red tape, trying to get to get that permit done, and especially in a timely manner.
And when did you apply for the permit?
The problem is I'm trying to apply the permit online. I don't understand how to even navigate through the online system. And as I explained, my brother-in-law, when he does have the time to go there to go to the city to get the permit and figure out what's to be done next, he's never there on time.
Well, you're going to have to rectify the situation and find someone that can go and to deal with the permit, or you're going to have to come down and deal with the permit yourself. I mean, it's got to get done. So I'm going to give you 21 days to get it done, or the fines will just continue to accrue until it is done.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, 21 days? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 21. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 21030350, case address 209 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, 2B. Owner, the Seasons Condominium Association of Fort Lauderdale. This property was cited on 3/10/21 to comply by 3/10/21. One section not complied at $100 per day. $6,200 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for this citation. Good morning.
Hello.
Hi, good morning. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
We're
Good
waiting-
morning.
Good morning.
Yes,
I'm sorry, we're waiting on Mario as well.
Hi. Hello. For some reason, I'm not hearing anything.
Can you please raise your right hand? And Mario, can you please raise your right hand? Your other right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
He needs to unmute.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning again. Senior Inspector Cologne with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 2103-0350. Case address is 209 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This property was issued a citation on March 10th, 2021 in regard to the sea turtle lighting. And the citation was posted and sent certified mail. The violation was issued for $100 a day fine that accrues daily. And I met with management as well as one of the board members to go over the violation and how to gain compliance. However, the violation had continued. It was out of compliance for 62 days. I did go back out last night. I conducted an inspection and it was in compliance as of last night. And I would like to enter into evidence the photos that shows the violation is depicted, and the city is requesting full imposition of fines.
Okay, who's going to speak on behalf of the property owner?
On behalf of the property, what Mario? Is we followed the rules that we were given by the turtle people, put down our lighting. This was 7 years ago when we were asked to do it. We every year turned on our yellow lights and did exactly what was asked of us. This year we got the same letter saying that it's turtle season. We turned on our lights like we normally do, but there are new people enforcing the rules, and they said that we needed to put shades down. We needed to turn off the lights in our lobby, our main chandeliers. We did that. Some of the residents put yellow lights, but they were finding it hard. They were getting headaches. Quite a few ordered blinds and had blinds put in. Some of the blinds, I went into their apartments. They are room darkening, they have room darkening blinds. And the problem is the light still shows through. The city did not tell us exactly what we needed to get to stop this. And I really tried my best. So did everyone in this building to comply. We bought yellow light bulbs for everyone. We called in a blind company. We tried everything that we had to do. We did not know that we were supposed to meet with the city again. We had the city come in, speak with us. Like she said, they were great. They told us what to do. And I really did try to comply with everything.
Okay,
So the manager called and spoke to someone at this, and he thought it was over. We honestly had absolutely no idea that we were doing something wrong.
Okay,
This is what,
let me speak a second, ma'am.
yeah.
Okay. Unfortunately, what you needed to do when you got the citation was to file an appeal and a request for administrative hearing. You did
We
not do that. So
We
I am-
didn't know this.
I
When
am
it
speaking,
came, they
ma'am.
didn't
I
tell
am
us.
Speaking, do not speak while I'm speaking.
Sorry.
Okay, so unfortunately, the way the law is written, there's nothing I can do but impose the fine. That is my obligation. It says I shall do that unless the request for an appeal is filed or request for administrative hearing. So while I sympathize with your situation and believe that you tried to comply, the fact is that I have no discretion but to impose the fine.
Is there a way that we can appeal this, or there isn't?
I cannot give you legal advice, but you're welcome to explore that.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next, our next case is on page 8. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 20110748. Case address 2555 Sugarloaf Lane. Owner John Adams. The property was posted on 4/19/21 and posted at City Hall on 4/27/21.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Senior Officer Garcia with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division, presenting case CE 201-10748 in reference to the property 2555 Sugarloaf Lane. The subject property was initially cited by Officer Matthew Miller on November 30th of 2020 for the following violation: 47-39.8.14.C.6. There's a gravel laid out on the property that does not comply with the requirements in place by the City of Fort Lauderdale. Contact has been maintained with the property owner in reference to this violation, in which he has worked to obtain permit BLD-RPAV-21020010. Though the permit has been obtained and has been issued, the work has not yet been finalized. A reinspection was made on May 9th, 2021, in which found that the property remains in violation, but working towards compliance as the photos depict. Due to the findings, the city is requesting 90 days to finalize the permit and complete the work, or a fine to be imposed of $100 per day per violation.
Okay, who's here for the property owner? Oh. Okay.
Good morning,
morning,
Mr. Adams.
sir.
Can you please raise your right hand? Oh,
You
thank
mean
He's been sworn in
This
for the
thing I
record.
did over there, you want me to do it again?
No, sir, you're fine.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
John Adams.
Okay, are you in agreement, sir, to bring the property into compliance within 91 days?
Well, unfortunately, the inspector is wrong once again, and all the driveways were completed as of yesterday. Everything has been in compliance. Unfortunately, we attempted to talk to this particular individual. The previous person, Mr. Miller, was very nice and was working with us. Unfortunately, it took us some time to get the drawings and the survey and the elevation and everything else. And then when we attempted to contact the new inspector here, he hung up the phone on me, and we were unable to really communicate with him. He obviously has not, if he had seen the fact that we pulled a permit months before he sent this out, and if he had done his job, then he would see that we had done everything in compliance. There are 47 properties in the Riverland area that have the same issue with stones. None of them are in violation. This is selective enforcement, but we are in compliance now, and we're just waiting to put in some grass, which will be delivered today or tomorrow, and everything is in compliance. But I really take offense with this gentleman coming here, raising his hand and telling us that some falsehoods. Here he said that we have not completed the work, we have not started the work, but it is complete. I don't understand. He just continues to misrepresent the entire situation. I don't understand why, when you try to call such a gentleman, that he hangs the phone up on us and is absolutely rude. And I apologize for being handicapped, and I apologize. It's hard for me to get around, but this gentleman needs to act a little bit more like Mr. Miller, who is a very nice person. I just cannot believe how we were treated by the city, by this gentleman, hanging just hanging the phone up and no way to reach him, doesn't return calls, doesn't do anything. And now he comes before us, raising his right hand and telling us that we're not in compliance or not completed, when in fact, these other inspectors came out and looked at last night. They come out last night to look at other people's jobs, but he can't come out and look at it. And if he did, he would see that we are that everything has been completed in terms of the driveway. We're just waiting for the landscape to come in now.
Okay.
But it took, unfortunately, I apologize, it took a long time. The plan reviewers, it took them, I think it was 2 months just to approve the layout of the plan for the driveway. And now but everything is basically completed. I just don't understand why this is going to happen. And obviously, I'm probably going to have more trouble with this gentleman.
Okay.
And no matter what I do.
All right, sir. First of all, you don't ever apologize to me for your disability. I appreciate your circumstance and understand that you've been trying to come, bring the property into compliance. I'd like to ask the inspector, when was the last time you were out there? And is there something that you note after the work was done that still is not in compliance?
Your Honor, as per what I stated, the last re-inspection that was done on the property was May 9th, which are the photos that are being provided to the court today. They're timestamped with May 9th at approximately 10:43 in the morning. And that's when the re-inspection, the pre-hearing inspection was performed. And that's where I stated in the record that the re-inspection was done on May 9th, 2021, and found that the property remained in violation. Furthermore, to my knowledge at this time, the permit has not been finalized. So therefore, we're just extending 90 days, which is a sufficient amount of time to complete the work. If I'm not mistaken, I think the landscape needs to be laid out for the permit to be finalized as well.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, and what was the fine there after you suggested?
$100 per day.
Okay. What I'm going to do is give you 91 days to wrap this all up, get the permit, if
It's
it-
already, we have the permit for months ago.
Okay.
I
no,
apologize
you
for,
didn't
for
let
not,
me finish, sir. Okay. Has it been inspected? Did you do everything required by the permit?
it took several weeks just to get the inspector out to show the limestone. And then all the asphalt has been laid over that. 100% completed as of right now. Contrary to
All
what
right,
you're
well,
hearing, I apologize for that.
That'll give him an opportunity then to re-inspect. I'm gonna give 91 days or $50 a day thereafter. And what? All right, and so that'll give him a chance to wrap this up if it's indeed. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 2. Inspector Bernstein Sambert. Case number CE 21030138, case address 6711 Northwest 26th Way. Owner Charles E. Keller III. Property posted 4/14/21, posted at City Hall 4/27/21. Good morning, sir. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Bernstein Sambert, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, representing case CE 21030138, property address 6711 Northwest 26th Way. This property was inspected on March 4th, 2021, and was cited for the following violation. 18-11B, the swimming pool located at this property may have stagnant water. The building does not have the safeguard to prevent human beings or animals from falling into or having access to the pool per code ordinance. The pool is in this condition, present a health and safety issue for the community in that it may become a breeding ground for mosquitoes and is a public nuisance. Due to non-compliance on April 14, 2021, the notice of hearing was posted on the property. A pre-hearing inspection revealed the property is not in compliance. I would like to submit the photos as evidence onto records. The city is requesting 10 days to comply or a fine of $100 per day be imposed thereafter.
Is he sworn in? Mr. Kyler,
Yes,
can you bring the pool into compliance within 10 days?
no, that's not possible. I've had a number of contractors come out and take a look at the pool. The pool was partially raised due to the fact that the city didn't maintain the creek that surrounds my property, and it caused one side of the pool to lift up. The inspector is incorrect. The pool is dry and is being maintained. I have listed the property for sale. The sale, I am under contract to sell a property. The close by date is at the end of July. And at that time, the new owner will take care of the pool. The pool, from what I'm told by these contractors, would either have to be rebuilt. There was one contractor who thought that he could restore it, but I never got an accurate quote from him. So as a result, I've decided to sell the property and move on.
Inspector, I'm not really seeing any pictures that show green stagnant water.
I had a conversation with the owner, and I asked him, may I come to your property to see if there's any stagnant water? And he told me no, he's not gonna let me come in or onto his property. So I was able to take the picture on the neighbor's property. One of the main issue with this is there's no fence barrier. It's an access that you can just walk right into his property to the pool.
Yeah, but that's not in front of me.
Yes, Your Honor, that's actually part of the violation. It's the second sentence. The building does not have the safeguards to prevent human beings or animals from falling into or having access to the pool per code ordinance.
Okay, sorry, I missed that.
Yes. I'm sorry. I was just going to say what the city attorney has already said, Supervisor Bass for the city of Fort Lauderdale. Yes, the pool needs to be safeguarded to prevent neighboring kids or anybody in the community from falling into the pool. So it needs to have the proper safeguards around it. And as the photos depicted, you'll see that it's partially down. So there is no safeguard around that pool, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
So I sent a letter to the city, 2 letters, one on March 17th when the inspector initially raised this, and one on May 4th. And we also communicated verbally that the pool was never fenced in, and that I believe it is grandfathered be that way. I mean, it was permitted back whenever, before I owned the property. And, I don't know what to say about that. But the pool is maintained, and, and I'm trying the best I can. The new owner is going to take care of the pool, and, I believe it's his intention to rebuild the pool. So therefore, I would request that this case be dismissed, and when the new owner takes ownership of the property, if he doesn't.
Sir, do you have any evidence that this was grandfathered in? I find it hard to believe that a pool could exist without having the proper fencing around it, and that would be a grandfathered situation. Can I have the city weigh in on that?
Sure. Supervisor Bass for the city of Fort Lauderdale. As far as the grandfathered in, we would have to look at the year that the property was built. I think it depends on the year that the property was built and what was required at that time when it was built, when the property was built, to whether or not that safeguard was required. So it's definitely going to depend on the year and what the code stated at the time that it was built, Your Honor.
But
Okay.
if I may, Your Honor, Portia
Yes.
Williams, Assistant Director for the city, I believe Chapter 515 of the Florida Statute of Swimming Pool Safety Act does require a child barrier to be placed around the pool. And I may be wrong, but I do not believe that it's with regard to when the pool was constructed. That barrier is supposed to be there no matter what, just to prevent drowning for animals or children. So that's required of that pool. What the property owner could do, he could request a permit to temporarily board the pool. So that's the option that he has if he can't repair the pool, but it does have to be secured.
Okay.
Could you please repeat that? By the way, the audio from the magistrate and your audio is very low.
Okay, what she's saying is that you have an option to apply for a permit to board the pool until the sale takes place. And that would alleviate the safety concern and allow you to wait on fixing it or erecting a fence until after the sale.
What does board the pool mean?
Pardon me?
What does the term board the pool mean?
You have to cover the pool with the permit.
Is there any way that we could just let the new owner take care of all this?
No, I can't, because what happened, this is a safety concern. And unless you can show me that somehow this law doesn't apply to you, I mean, I have no choice, because, the finding of fact is what it is, which is that the violation exists. You haven't given me any evidence that the law doesn't apply to you.
I submitted.
We're trying to work with you and find alternatives so that you don't go through a lot of expense before the property closes. And so it's been suggested you board the pool. And I'm going to allow how long will it take him to get a permit, though?
My contract.
Wait a second. Go ahead.
May I, Your Honor?
Portia, you're muted.
If I may, Your Honor, Portia Williams, Assistant Director for the city. So a solution I could offer, we recently did this for a church. If the property owner wants us to, if this is a vacant property, we could board the pool through the city's contractor if the property owner gives us the permission to. However, he would be responsible for the bill for that board up. So there's two options. There's one option that allows a plywood board up. There's another option where property owners could get a pool cover. So the plywood option, I believe, is less than $1,000. If the property owner wanted, we could work with him and get a quote through the city's vendor first. And if that is feasible, the city's contractor could do it. If not, Your Honor, the property owner could get his own contractor to do it. What I would recommend, Your Honor, is 30 days. I believe within those 30 days or 35 days, within that time frame, Your Honor, I believe we could arrange a site visit with the city's contractor. And if the owner chooses to, we could go that route. And if he chose not to, I believe the 35 days would allow the property owner to seek his own contractor to start and complete the work.
Okay, Mr. Kyler, did you hear all that?
I heard part of it.
Okay, what she's saying is you have two choices under this boarding option. You can give permission for the city to board, and she will quote, get a quoted price, but is saying it's probably less than $1,000. Or you can get your own contractor to do it. And I'm going to give you 35 days to get that done, or a fine of $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, I don't understand why the city never responded to my letters and reaching out to them. In any case, if Ms. Williams can contact me directly, I assume she has my contact information.
Yes, she, okay, she will get your contact information from the inspector, and she'll be in touch to try to help you through this and help you comply within the 35 days, okay?
I would appreciate any assistance. As like I said, my goal is to vacate the property, and I hope that this doesn't impact that.
Okay, all right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 5. Senior Inspector Wilson Quintero, case number CE 21030791. Case address 3091 Northwest 19th Street, owner 3091 19th Street LLC. Personal service was given to this property on April 14th, 2021, and posted at City Hall on 4/27/21. Good morning, sir. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Senior Inspector Quintero, Senior number 269 on behalf of the city. I'm presenting the following case, number CE 21030791 for the address located at 3091 Northwest 19th Street. I first inspect this commercial corner property, Zone B2 County, on 3/23/2021, following a proactive project on this neighborhood. The posting mail as a legal document has been done by department protocol. I spoke with the manager and owner about these violations, the complaint, the violations, the enforcement, and the way to comply was explained to them, and they looked like they understood. The attorney representing the owner called me last week, and we spoke yesterday, and he says he's going to be present at this hearing, and he states they understood the code violations and the procedure. VCPA reveals there's no change on the ownership since 2/23/2015. A pre-hearing inspection on Thursday or last week found that the violations remain as depicted in the pictures. Violations are 47-20.20. Capital H, the parking lot on this commercial dwelling is not maintained. There are areas with dirt and oil stains creating a hazard to the customer and employees. This is a recurring violation of previous case cited by different inspectors during the last year. This case will be presented to the special magistrate hearing regardless of compliance to obtain a finding of fact. BZC 39-293B, this B2 county zone commercial business where there are mechanical equipment and vehicles being serviced in the paved parking area. The work base has storage including but not limited to tires. This is a recurring violation of previous case cited by different inspectors during the last year. The case will be presented to the special magistrate hearing regardless of compliance to obtain a finding of fact. VZZ 39-296, there is a non-permitted line use occurred at this B2 county commercial corner property. The parking lot is used to do mechanical work and service customer vehicles. This is prohibited and not including use for B2 county zoning property per section 39-295. This is a recurring violation of previous cases cited by different inspectors during the last couple years. This case will be presented to a special magistrate hearing regardless of compliance to obtain a finding of fact. The city is requesting 14 days to come into compliance or $50 a day thereafter for each violation, Your Honor.
Sir, Mr. Palingro?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, can your client bring the property into compliance within 14 days or a fine of $50 a day thereafter?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. And I would just like to ask, would the fine, assuming that there's non-compliance, I mean, I've spoken to my client and they have the full understanding now of these violations and they intend to bring the property into compliance. But just for clarification, is the fine, would the recurring daily fine be $50 total per day or 50 for each violation cited here?
It's 50 for each violation cited here.
Okay, because I would like to note that there's a violation cited citing 275-6B, which I believe is inapplicable because that part of the code applies to residential zoning districts.
That's not on my agenda this morning.
Well, okay, well that's on the violation. That's on the inspection report that I was given, but I apologize if that's not on your agenda.
No, I'm here on 47-20 BCZ 39, 293 and 296.
Okay, understood. That's
Yes,
just what was on the sheet that was given to me.
But let me make it clear to you so that you can make it clear to your client. This is a recurring violation, so I'm making a finding of fact so that if this happens down the road, they automatically will be fined. Okay, so they have 14 days to bring the property into compliance or face a fine of $50 a day per violation for this set of violations.
Okay, and just for clarification on the issue with the dirt and oil stains, When requesting compliance on that citation, is the requirement that the lot be spotless or that the dirt and oil stains are removed to the extent that they're not a potential hazard for customers?
Do you want to answer that, Inspector? I don't.
Yes, Your Honor. The problem is every time he's been cited for the parking lot, there's like he put a coat or tar in there. So the tar is getting too thick. So he needs to apply for a permit to get a new resurface of parking lot, or he needs to pressure cleaning real good to remove all the oil that is under those cups.
Okay. Do you understand the quick fix doesn't necessarily help when it builds over time?
Right. Well, in light of that, can I request an extension of the period for the reinspection in case that a permit is required to do the fix to the parking lot?
Less than 28 days for that section, Your Honor.
Okay, that seems fair to me. 28 days or a fine of $50 a day. And, you know, if you run into a problem with permits, you could, you know, contact the inspector and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Our next two cases are on page 34. Senior Inspector Wilson Quintero, case number CE 17121300 and case number CE 180708838. Case address 2631 Southwest Walk Terrace, owner Beth Brooks, Tammy Brooks, and all others. Case CE 17121300 was first heard on 6/7/18 to comply by 9/6/18. There are 5 extensions notated on the agenda. One section not complied at $50 per day, $8,700 accrued, and this is a request for an extension. Case number CE 180708838 was first heard on 11/15/2018 to comply by 2/14/2019. And there are 4 extensions notated on the agenda. One section not complied at $50 per day, $7,900 accrued, and this is a request for an extension.
Okay.
We're assisting her now with getting into the hearing. Good morning, Ms. Brooks. Can you please raise your right hand and state your name for the record?
Beth K. Brooks.
And do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Senior Inspector Quintero, Senior 269, on behalf of the city, I'm presenting the following cases. Case number CE 17121300 and case number CE 18070838 for property address 2631 Southwest 12 Terrace. This case first came to a special magistrate on 12/5/2019, whatever it was presented, and you found for the city, Your Honor. These violations were first cited on 12/13/2017 and 7/11/2018 respectively by retired Inspector Sanguinetti. There were conversations by phone and in person with the property owner. During this conversation, the status of the violations and corrective action were discussed. The case is not in compliance yet, but they got 3 new permits for the roof, windows, doors, and I think the foundation, the structural foundation. So they're working towards compliance. Let's see how much time the owner needs or the contractor for that.
Ms. Brooks?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes, can you tell me how much
I
time?
think I need about 30 days for them to start construction. It's going to be totally reconstructed by Westridge Construction, Brandon Bay out of Pembroke Pines. Once he has his permits in hand, all the permits he needs, he will commence construction, which I believe is going to be within the next 30 days. I know once the permits are issued, I believe he only has 10 days to start the construction, and the house has already been vacated and it's ready to be demolished and ready to be done. I'm doing way more than just putting a coat of paint and a roof on the house. I'm completely doing a renovation through Rebuilding Florida. As of Hurricane Irma, if you notice, my first citation from Sanguinetti was in December of 2017. Irma was in September of 2017. I'm doing the best I can along with trying to get my house renovated and do the right thing for the community. I've also worked with the authorities in cleaning up all the drug traffic in the neighborhood, which was unfortunately my deceased husband and his family were involved in this, and this is a timely thing. I need it's probably going to take a year for total construction, but it's going to start within the next 30 days or maybe even 2 weeks. So I need at least 30 days.
Okay.
To start. But I'm really working hard on this, and I'm going way overboard. And as far as the situation with Mr. Sanguinetti, he made my life a living hell. He was in my yard all the time, looking at my windows. I have this new guy. I haven't even met him yet. I'd like to get together with him and see him in person. He has no idea how many years. I've been dealing with this situation for 30 years in this neighborhood and with this house. The house is over 70 years old, and I'm going to make it brand new. Rebuilding Florida is going to make it brand new. They, like you said, they've got some permits and stuff. So please, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Brooks. When I'm speaking, you shouldn't try to talk over me because
I'm sorry. I'm having a bad day.
Mucky record. Okay, does the city have any objection to 35 days?
Yes, you just got to 63, Your Honor, to be on the safe side.
Okay, all right. You have 63 days, and Mr. Sanguinetti is no longer on your case. Is that correct?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate everything. You have a nice day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Our next two cases on pages 13 and 14. Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 201000654, case address 608 Southeast 19th Street, number 2311. Owner in Leather Corp. Property posted 4/21/21, posted at City Hall 4/27/21. And on page 14, case number CE 201000655, case address 612 Southeast 19th Street. Owner in Leather Corp. Property posted 4/21/21, posted at City Hall 4/27/21.
Start your video. Start my video.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Martinson. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector presenting cases CE 201000654 and CE 201000655 for the properties located at 608 and 612 Southeast 19th Street. Inspection of the property were performed on October 19th of 2020 and cited for the following violations: 47-34.2. There's an illegal land use operating as a hotel without planning and zoning board approval for change of use. Courtesy notification was issued and posted on the property October 19th of 2020, allowing 15 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner, property managers of the property itself. Final notice was mailed to the property owner on December 17th of 2020. Hearing inspection was done on May 6th of 2021. The pictures presented here are just the outside of the actual place. Again, we're actually citing for the property use. Photos submitted into record for evidence. The city's requesting 35 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $100 for each of the violations that exist on each of the properties, ma'am. The owner of the property of the business is actually present today here at the
Okay.
through Zoom.
Mr. Martinson,
Yes, Your Honor.
this is Magistrate Flynn. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the next 35 days?
It should have been in compliance already, as far as I know.
Okay, well, you're gonna have to check that out in the next 35 days and make sure that you have the proper zoning, et cetera, to comply with the code, okay?
Okay.
All right, 35 days or $100 a day thereafter. Anything else the city wants to add?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Bass for the city of Fort Lauderdale. I just want to make sure that Mr. Martinson knows what he has to do in order to come into compliance.
Thank you.
He has submitted, I think you started the process of going through planning and zoning to get the proper licenses for the business you're conducting, but I think it wasn't completed. So are you aware of the procedure that you need to do in order for that to be zoned and to be licensed as the operation that you're running it at?
I was always told that I was in compliance, just like the motel next door. I've got a hotel motel license. I faxed over to the attorney in Wilton Manors the same stuff that we got to you, and the mayor called me and he says, "You've been in compliance for 21 years." So,
which mayor are you referring to? Are you referring to Wilton Manors mayor? Because we're referring to the city of Fort Lauderdale. So which mayor are you referring to?
Mayor Trantralis.
So according to business tax, and that the license were started, but it was never completed and approved by planning and zoning.
I didn't know that.
So do you have current license on hand showing that you can run your current property as a motel?
Yes, we do.
City?
Yes, we do.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
Yes, he has a license.
You have license for a hotel from the city of Fort Lauderdale?
Yes, we do.
And we scanned it in.
We scanned it in a couple days ago.
So the license that we were under the understanding that you have is to operate a multifamily home, not a hotel / motel. It was multifamily home, which is a difference.
This is it's dated 1987. Hotel motel. This was scanned and sent, isn't that right, Matt?
Yeah.
It was sent to your office, and all the pertinent information was sent to your office.
Right, so the documents that you're presenting doesn't appear to be the actual license, and that may be what you were originally submitting for zoning purposes, correct? That wasn't completed?
I'm not sure about that. But as far as I know, I've been in compliance for many, many years, so.
I think it's the CEO. Good morning, everyone, again. Portia Williams, Assistant Director. I believe what he's showing is
Portia,
the
is your
CO.
mic on?
It is, Your Honor. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
try to speak into it more.
No problem. I believe what the property owner is showing is a CO. I could be wrong, like a certificate of occupancy is what it looks like he is showing. What I would, recommend, Your Honor, is that what it is, sir?
Yes.
That's
Yes.
exactly what it looks like.
Yes.
Okay. So what I would offer, Your Honor, is if we could have an opportunity, the city could have an opportunity to review the CO along with the business tax license that's necessary. Because it might, what do you want to do? You want to continue the case? Can we continue it without a finding just because I believe what he's presenting is a CO?
We
Okay.
have a zoning code 103 hotels, motels.
Yeah, we've got the zoning code here too.
It says 103 hotels, motels.
That's a CO. So could we please withdraw from today's hearing or
Yes.
and or receive a continuance for the case, Your Honor?
Yeah, if I continue it, it's not my next hearing.
I live out of state.
I'll do what you want. Are you going to withdraw the case today?
If we can, Your Honor, if we need
Okay.
to, we'll reschedule.
All right, sir, Mr. Martinson,
Yes,
I'm gonna negate my prior ruling, and the city's gonna withdraw the case so they can review your paperwork further.
okay,
All right, thank you, sir, for your patience.
all right, thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 20. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 21020327, case address 1111 Southeast 12th Way, owner 1111 Southeast 12th Way LLC. The property was cited on February 10th, 2021 to comply by February 10th, 2021. One section complied at $750 per day. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received on this citation. Good morning, Mr. Lipton. Please raise your right hand.
And Mr. LaValle is with me also. Jim, move up a little bit closer. Thank you.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 21020327 for the property located at 1111 Southeast 12th Way. Inspection of the property was performed on February 12, 2021, and cited for the property for the following violation: 47-21.15.a. There were several trees, 3 of these that were removed, cut without first obtaining required permit from landscaping department. A civil citation violation notice was issued and posted on the property on February 12th, 2021, citation number 0226. Your Honor, this is an irreversible citation. Officer gave 30 days to come into compliance, to apply and obtain the permits, and compliance was achieved on March 11 of 2021. The photos here submitted into record for evidence that the trees were actually cut. City's requesting the full amount. The owner, I believe, is with us today through Zoom.
The owner is what?
The owner is through Zoom, ma'am. He's
Mr. Lipton, do you represent the owner of the property?
I do. And
Okay.
I'm one of the owners of the property, one of the members of the LLC that owns the property.
Okay, I'd like the city attorney to understand that I have a prior business relationship with Mr. Lipton.
Who is speaking, please?
This is Roseanne Flynn.
Hi.
Yeah,
How are you?
Mr. Lipton was a member of my mediation panel at one time, so I want to disclose that to the city. And it's up to you all if you want to waive it or not.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will defer to administration. I'm comfortable with you hearing and resolving the case.
Okay, all right. So this is going to have to be continued, I guess, until administration tells me how they want to deal with it.
May we ask before you adjourn, Your Honor, what exactly is it that we're being cited for? Because there were diseased trees in a property that we purchased that was overrun with underbrush and overbrush and everything else. In fact, the neighbors thanked us after we cleared it up. There were some diseased trees that we removed. We then got an after the fact permit, and we understand and we paid the permit fee and the mitigation fee for the I think 2 trees that were removed that were diseased, and we're kind of baffled here about what we're being cited for, since I understand on 311, according to Mr. Caracas, we complied within a month afterwards.
Would you like, yeah,
Yeah,
ma'am, actually, this is irreparable, irreversible. You're supposed to apply and obtain a permit before you cut down any tree within the city of Fort Lauderdale, ma'am.
But we were able to get an after-the-fact permit and mitigate, and we
Correct.
did.
That was after you were actually, you applied and obtained the permit after the citation was issued, sir. And that made you to get the permit because of my citation, sir, that was posted on the door.
So what is it that the city is asking from us then?
Your Honor, if I may, Portia Williams, Assistant Director for the city. So two things, Your Honor. One, the city has no problem with you hearing this case. The second item is we actually began a new procedure in dealing with trees removed without a permit. So in the past, whenever a tree was removed without a permit, we would only have the after the fact permit require a 4-time fee. However, to attempt to deter people from removing trees without permits, we began issuing civil citation violations as a penalty for the removal without a permit. And so this case, the citation was issued not because of the after the fact permit, but because the property owner should have received a permit before commencing the work.
okay. Mr. Lipton, the city has waived any potential conflict for me hearing the case. Do you do the same?
Yes.
Okay, all right. What's happened here is that you may have applied for an after the fact permit, but you applied for it after the citation was issued and you had so many days to comply and you went one day over. And so the fine is $750. And because there was no appeal taken from that, I have no discretion but to impose that fine of $750.
Okay, it's, yeah, but you, if I understand, the city attorney said that there was a change in the law, a change in the procedure that occurred right at the time we were apparently otherwise acting lawfully. So I would, for one day,
That's not the case. First of all, it wasn't me. I'm the assistant city attorney. There was no change in law. There was a change in how we enforce. It is illegal to cut down trees without obtaining a permit first. That's always been the case. That still is the case. The assistant director of sustainable development mentioned that there was a change in enforcement, and she didn't say right around the time this citation was issued. She just said there has been a change to try to encourage people, property owners, to go through the proper process, which is to get a permit first before cutting down trees. That's all. The law hasn't changed. You need a permit before you can remove a tree.
okay, and these trees got removed in the course. This, you're seeing a very beautiful property right now. This was completely overgrown. It was an eyesore in the neighborhood. The neighbors came up to us after we cleared this up and thanked us for removing this from a very nice neighborhood, removing that eyesore. And all I'm saying to you is that in the course of doing that, we saw that there were 2 diseased trees, 2 dead trees, basically, that we removed, along with the
Your
rest.
Honor, unfortunately, that's like the city attorney said that basically we want before you cut down any tree, he's stating that the tree was deceased. We don't know that the arborist was actually there. He couldn't determine that because the tree was already gone. So again, this is a citation for irreparable, irreversible.
The problem is that when you don't file the appeal or the request for administrative hearing, everything that the city is alleging is deemed admitted. And I have no discretion. It says in the code that I shall impose the city, the fine in the citation. So even though, you know, under normal circumstances, this might be some mitigation if you had filed a timely appeal, it isn't in this situation.
And I happen to know Magistrate Flynn, that you are a very learned and experienced magistrate, having been doing this for a long, long time. And so I accept your judgment in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lipton.
So who do we pay the $750 to?
You'll get an order.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Goodbye.
Our next case, thank you. Our next case is on page 29. Case number CE 201000922. Case address 1015 Southwest 30th Street, numbers 1 through 2. Owner 2013 Navidad LLC. Inspector Gail Williams, Supervisor Julio Davila presenting. This property was cited on 12/2/2020 to comply by 12/7/2020. One section complied at $200 per day, $1,600 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount, and no appeal was received for this citation. Mr. Topaz, can you please unmute? Thank you. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes, hi.
Hi, do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Special Magistrate, Co-Compliance Supervisor Julio Davila, presenting on behalf of Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the aforementioned case and corresponding property. This property was being utilized as a vacation rental without a certificate of compliance from the city. On December 2nd, 2020, the property was found being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate. The property was advertised for rent as depicted in the photos. The following violation, 15-272.A, was cited and a citation was issued. The property was given 5 days to comply and 15 days to appeal the citation. The property is currently in compliance as of December 16th, 2020, and an appeal was not filed. Currently, the city is requesting a finding of fact with no fines imposed.
Okay, sir. Do you understand that the city is requesting that I find that factually that the violation existed but impose no fines? Are you in agreement with that?
I guess, yes.
Good choice. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 30. Case number CE 20110508. Case address 1520 Southwest 15th Avenue. Owner Regina Revocable Trust. Christine Marchin-Manzi, trustee. Inspector Gail Williams, Supervisor Julio Davila presenting. This property was cited on 12/8/2020 to comply by 12/18/2020. One section complied at $200 per day, $600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for this citation.
Hello?
Good morning, Ms. Cohen. Can you please raise your right hand and state your name for the record?
I don't know if you could see me.
No, ma'am, we can't see you. However, please state your name for the record.
Natalie Cohen.
And raising your right hand, do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning again. Co-Compliance Supervisor Julio Davila on behalf of Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the aforementioned case and corresponding address. This property was being utilized as a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance from the city. On December 8th, 2020, the property was found being advertised with an expired certificate. The property was advertised for rent as depicted in the photos. The following violation, 15-281.A, was cited and a citation was issued. The property was given 10 days to comply and 15 days to appeal the citation. The case complied as of December 22nd, 2020. However, no appeal was filed. We are currently requesting a finding of fact with no fines being imposed.
Okay, Ms. Cohen?
Hi.
Hi, are you in agreement with a finding of fact that the violation existed but no fines?
So we didn't know till last week that we saw something posted on the door, and that's how I registered. So we
Okay,
weren't
okay,
aware.
I can't, hear anything with relation to the facts as they exist because you didn't file an appeal. So,
Okay.
but the city is giving leniency in this case and requesting no fines. Just
Okay.
finding that the violation existed. Are you in agreement with that?
Okay. Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 31. Case number CE 21010876, case address 708 Southeast 6th Court, numbers 1 through 3. Owner Atlantic JJJ Structured Properties Team. Inspector Gail Williams, Supervisor Julio Davila presenting. This property was cited on 2/2/21 to comply by 2/7/21. One section complied at $200 per day, $800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation. Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello again, Co-Compliance Supervisor Julio Davila on behalf of Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the aforementioned case and corresponding property. This property was being utilized as a vacation rental without a certificate of compliance from the city. On February 2nd, 2021, the property was found being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate. The property was advertised for rent as depicted in the photos. The following violation, 15-272.A, was cited and a citation was issued. The property was given 5 days to comply and 15 days to appeal the citation. The case complied on December 12th, 2020, and an appeal was not filed. The city is requesting a finding of fact with no fines being imposed, please.
Okay, Ms. Zapp?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you in agreement with a finding of fact that the violation exists but no fine being imposed?
Yes, and I really appreciate that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 33. Captain Robert Kasarwich. Case number FC 2009010. Case address 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner Thor Gallery, a beach place LLC in care of Ryan LLC, Davina Taveras. This case was first heard on 12/9/2020 to comply by 2/9/2021. Suspended 2/9/2021 to 5/11/2021. One section not complied at $1,000 per day. And 4 sections not complied at $250 per day. Fines are due to start on May 12th, 2021, and this was in order to reappear. Good morning, Mr. Tilbrook. Could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Captain Robert Kasarwich, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office for case number FC 200900010. Property address 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Violations are as listed, and this is an order to reappear. Their request for reappearance here is to give us an update on their last time extension of what they had. During the initial case presentation, it was expressed that the violations were, some items were things that could come into compliance on a fairly short-term basis. There were other items that would need significant amount of time to come into compliance. And happy to report the violations currently that are in non-compliance are those violations that would take the significant amount of time to come into compliance.
Okay.
So let's hear from the respondents and they can update the court here with their compliance efforts and what kind of additional time they're going to need at this point.
Okay, Mr. Tilbrook?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've been working with Captain Kasarowicz for the last few weeks, and our client has been taking the necessary actions to bring several of the items into compliance, and then there's a few items that are going to take a little bit longer to achieve compliance. We're working diligently. We're in for permits. As to the doors and door replacements, all the doors have been ordered. They're on site. We're waiting for product approvals through engineering certification, and the permits have been applied for. And Captain Kasarowicz has been informed of the permit process numbers. Regarding the smoke management system, smoke system, we have engaged the necessary engineers. We've issued an RFP for the new system. It's a significant undertaking, involves not just the beach place, but also the Marriott that is adjacent. And that has been significant progress on that matter. And we're asking in general for these items for a 90, I think it's a 92-day extension of time to get to the next hearing. Hopefully, several of these will be resolved by the next hearing. I expect that the smoke system will probably take some additional time because it's such a significant undertaking. But we have made progress. We were working with the fire marshal. We've narrowed this down to only the items that are long-term repair items, and we would request a 92-day extension.
Okay, any objection from the city?
Yes, we're in favor of the 91-day time extension, as long as they keep coming back and showing us continued progress on it. Would like to just also put it out there that coming into compliance with the smoke control system, the heart of that system is the fire alarm system, and they do have a proposal. They're going to end up having to replace the entire fire alarm system to have a functioning system that does control the smoke control. At that time, they'll also go in for reprogramming and a modification to the existing system from the time frame of when it was built. And they're going to have a separation between that high-rise hotel and the retail space. And they'll be separating those where we probably won't end up with smoke control in their lower retail area and only in the high-rise.
Okay, so what am I going to do, Mr. Tilbrook, is I'm going to give you 91 days because that complies with my docket.
That's
And
fine.
Ask you to reappear for my docket on August 10th.
That's fine. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 3. Inspector Karen Proto, Supervisor Reginald White presenting case number CE 201205158, case address 2311 Northwest 13th Street. Owners Michael and Fred Cunningham, property posted 4/20/21. Posted City Hall 4/27/2021. Yep, we'll come back to him as he's still having difficulties getting into the hearing. Our next case is also on page 3, case number CE 201200915. Disregard. Our next case is on page 27. And 28. On page 27, case number CE 201200498, case address 3021 Northwest 19th Street, owner Dafa LLC and care of Family Dollar. Attention Lisa Counting Street number Accounting ST number 30486. This case was cited on 12/15/2020 to comply by 12/16/2020. One section complied at $250, $1,250 accrued. This is requesting full amount. And no appeals was received for this citation. On page 28, case number CE 21020290, case address 3021 Northwest 19th Street. Owner Ardafa LLC and Care Family Dollar. Attention Lease Accounting ST number 30486. This case was cited on 2/10/2021 to comply by 2/10/2021. One section complied at $500 per day, $33,500 accrued. This is requesting full amount, and no appeal was received for this citation. Good morning, Ella. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Reggie White, supervisor, presenting the case for Code Inspector Karen Proto. This is case CE 2012-0498. The property was, was cited for 18-1, public nuisance for trash, litter, and debris on the property, creating a public nuisance, and it's being maintained as such. It was first posted with a copy of the citation, and a copy was mailed to the property owner according to the records of BCPA. The property was re-inspected and the violations remain, but came into compliance on 12/23/2021 for a total of 5 days of not in compliance with the fine of $1,250.
Ms. Hernandez?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My records show that no appeal was filed in this case. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I believe that this is the first notice of a hearing related to this case and the companion case that we have received. I'm unaware of a prior notice of hearing or any such documentation.
Well, it's not the notice of hearing that concerns me. It's the citation, which gives you 15 days to appeal, or everything in the citation is deemed admitted, including notice issues.
I do apologize, Your Honor. My understanding was that a hearing where a finding of fact was to be held was needed in order for that to be the case.
Unfortunately, that only happens if you file an appeal or request an administrative hearing. Otherwise, I have no real discretion but to impose the fine.
Okay, Your Honor. I was unaware of that, and like I said, I don't believe that we had received any prior notification as to the violation. I do understand that the property is in compliance and would request that Your Honor take that into consideration. The illegal dumping that unfortunately has been taking place on the property is something that we have no control over, and we have done everything that we can in order to address it. We do have some photos of when the property was in compliance, because this is unfortunately a repeat issue from the neighboring or individuals that just come and do the illegal dumping. So I am happy to show that, as well as documentation to prove to the city that we have also retained a vendor that comes and actually reviews that section of the property at least twice a week in order to make sure that we can address, of course, the issues that we are not creating, but that we understand we are responsible for because we are the property owners.
Okay, anything else from the city?
No, no further.
All right, you're welcome to submit the photos for the record, but I cannot revisit the facts in this case. I can only impose the fine. So I will impose the fine of $1,250.
And the other case on page 28.
Repeat that. Another case you said?
Yes, I read in the case on page 28 as well.
Yes. This is a repeat citation. The property was first inspected on February 10th, 2021 for violating the ordinance of 18-1 public nuisance. Came into compliance on April 19th, 2021. The property was also posted with a copy of the citation and posted was mailed to the property owner according to BCPA. This was a total of 67 days of not compliance with the fine of $500 a day, $33,500.
Okay, Ms. Hernandez, it doesn't appear in this one that appeal was filed either. So we're in the same situation.
It appears to be so, Your Honor. My concern with this one is that not only are we dealing obviously with the issue of the notice, but we're also dealing with the fact that this is deemed a repeat violation. So I do have concerns on that, and would request that if Your Honor would consider, if Your Honor will be imposing the fine, that the fine be limited to the dates when the city actually inspected and has photos to prove that.
Okay, once again, I cannot consider any evidence because everything that the city is alleging is deemed admitted by your not filing an appeal or a request for administrative hearing.
And Your Honor, that would have been by way of the notice initially posted on the property? If there wasn't any certified mailing of that?
The citation itself contains a 15-day notice of appeal requirement. Okay, I'm going to impose the fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're returning to the case on page 3, case number CE 2012-0158. Case address 2311 Northwest 13th Street, owner Michael and Fred Cunningham. Property posted 4/20/21, and posted at City Hall 4/27/2021.
This is the case on page 3?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Cunningham. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Reginald White presenting case for Karen Proto, City of Fort Lauderdale inspector. This is case 2012-0158 at the property 2311 Northwest 13th Street. Property was first inspected December 6, 2020, and the following violations were observed. The following violations was observed of 47-34A.1. There was illegal land use occurring at the property. There were also items being stored on the property. 9-304, there are areas of the gravel driveway that are missing or worn through, and there is grass growing through it. Section 9-305B, the landscape at the property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Section 9-313A has come into compliance, which is a violation of not having the address numbers up. Section 9-278E has come into compliance. There are windows being boarded up on the side of the property that is fixed. So the remaining violations as of today is 47-34.1A1, 9-304B, 9-305B, and the city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance or a fine of $25 per day per violation.
Mr. Cunningham,
Yes, ma'am.
has he been sworn in yet? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, or can you finish up the rest of these violations in 35 days?
Right now, I'm not gonna tell you yeah, because when I look at it, I supposed to be in the driveway we put down, and that's what I had told her. I was waiting on the driveway for the permit to put down. So I finally got the permit. And now I'm waiting on the guys that's supposed to be helping me. It's gonna take just a little time, because I told her I would be able to put the grass down, but I wanted to get the driveway done because I have 5 vehicles.
Sure.
I have 5 vehicles, so you know we gotta park somewhere.
Okay, how much time do you think you need?
Give me 90 days, and 90 days should be fine.
Did you say 90 days?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yep. The city is not opposed to 91 days to come into compliance.
Okay, sir, I'm going to give you 91 days to bring the property into compliance. Make sure if you run into any problems, you contact the inspector because the fines of $25 a day will start to accrue after the 91 days.
Yes, okay, yes, because like I said, I already got the permit to do the driveway. That's what really was taking me so long.
I understand. We appreciate
Yes.
your diligence in working on this.
And I appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 4. Case number CE 21020049. Case address 2313 Northwest 14th Court, owner Diane Alexander. Property posted 4/20/2021, posted at City Hall 4/27/2021. Good morning, Mr. Alexander. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Sir, if you can hear us, we can't hear you. So if you could please check the settings on your microphone. If you could please unmute and try again. Hello? Can you check that again?
Say mute, they don't say.
Okay, we can hear you now, sir.
Could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Reginald White, Code Compliance Supervisor for City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting KCE 21020049 for Inspector Karen Proto at the address 2313 Northwest 14th Court. Property was first inspected on February 21st, 2021. The following violations were observed. 47-34.1.A.1 is withdrawn. 9-304B is withdrawn. 9-305B is withdrawn due to a prior case that we have a lien on this case, on this property, I'm sorry. The section of code that still remains is 9-280H1. The chain link fence at the property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. An inspection report was posted at the property February 1st, 2021. It was re-inspected March 10th, 2021. A notice of hearing was posted April 20th, 2021. With the pre-hearing inspection that was done yesterday, and the violation of 9-280H1 remains in not compliance. The city is requesting 28 days to come into compliance or a fine of $25 per day.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
This is Magistrate Flynn. Can you bring the property into compliance by repairing the fence or removing it within 28 days?
Yes, I can. I already started putting sod and remove all the other things off the property, so we're working on it.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. So 28 days or $25 a day thereafter.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 10. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 210110055, case address 3940 Riverland Road. Owner, iPrep Holdings LLC. Personal service was given to this property on April 19th, 2021, and posted at City Hall on 4/27/2021.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Could you please raise your right hands? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Senior Officer Garcia with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division, presenting case CE 2101-1055, reference to property 3940 Riverland Road. This property was initially cited on January 31st, 2021 for the following violations. 15-28, the business of a U-Haul rental at this location is operating without a current year business tax receipt. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 47-22.9, there's unpermitted signs at this property. The signs consist of, but not limited to, flag signs, pole signs, signs attached to exterior surfaces. 18-12A has been complied. 47-20.20H has been complied. Contact was made with the property owner and the store manager in reference to the violations. A business tax license under BT-GEN-APP-21020011 was applied for with the City of Fort Lauderdale, but the U-Haul service was denied. As per the photos depict, the U-Haul business continues. Furthermore, the unpermitted signs remain on the property and the missing ground cover remains on the soil area of the property as per the photos depict. It's been documented that the swale of the property continues to be in disarray due to the storage of the U-Haul equipment. Due to the findings, the city is requesting 48 hours to seize the unlicensed U-Haul services and remove all U-Haul related equipment from the property, 48 hours to remove the unpermitted signs, and 10 days for the missing ground cover or a fine of $100 per day per violation.
Okay. Ms. Jiga?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance as outlined by the inspector?
Respectfully, no, Your Honor. We do have some questions and we were looking for some clarification. In regards to violation 15-28, the business of U-Haul rental, I believe there is some kind of confusion that we have not been able to properly express to Officer Garcia. U-Haul is not a business operating off of the premises that needs a separate business tax permit. It is a service that the current business who does have an existing business permit is providing. As Officer Garcia indicated that we were attempting to try and rectify whatever the situation was in order to get the proper permitting or whatever the business tax is that we needed to. However, it was denied for zoning, and we're unsure as to what zoning appeals or what proper zoning requests we would have to make in order for rentals of U-Hauls to be complied with at this location.
Your Honor, to answer the question, the business tax license that is present at the property is for like a retail food store. Nothing on that license states that they are allowed to provide U-Haul services out of the retail location. It's like a small bodega style food store. There's nothing on the license, which there's parts where the business tax division will add what other services are allowed to take place on the property, and U-Haul service is not part of that.
With respect, Your Honor, I do agree. It is a retail wholesale business tax, as it is a convenience store / liquor store that is offering products to the community. It has been zoned for ZB, which for CB for community building, and it is a service that the community has requested for us to provide. We would be very happy to comply with any regulations that we need to, if it could be pointed to us as to what we can add on our business tax license to comply, as we are not able to locate that in any of the codes or any of the business tax registration sites. For example, we do have ATM machines and the business tax receipt indicates an ATM machine. If there is any type of code or a category where I can select U-Haul rental, we would be very happy to comply with that immediately. We just can't locate that.
I think I'm missing something. I thought you said they applied and were denied.
So the business owners or the property owners, they applied for the business license. I can give you the business license number one more time if needed.
That's okay.
Okay. And the zoning denied the approval of that because of I'm taking a shot here in the dark, and it would be because they don't have the space on the property to store the U-Haul equipment. In fact, they even go to the extent of storing the U-Haul equipment across the street from the property across the street, and they've created a lot of damage to their right of way as well. And furthermore, you're not supposed to be storing a commercial equipment on public right of way either.
Okay. All right. I'm going to find for the city, and you'll have 48 hours to remove the sign and the U-Haul rentals and 10 days to finish the landscaping on the property.
Your Honor, with all due respect, the flag signs that you are seeing with the advertising signs, they have already been removed.
Okay.
I want to make sure that there's no other signs that that the officer is referring to.
Your Honor, the signs that we are currently referring to as the photos that you're looking at right now, it's going to be the flag signs. And there's also a banner sign that was posted onto the exterior surface of the property that there hasn't been a permit submitted for.
Do you understand?
No, I'm not clear on which is the banner sign that they're talking about. Is that the one that's for the header of the store?
Can you see the pictures?
I am looking at the pictures, Your Honor.
Okay, so you see those red things that are flying around?
Those are gone, Your Honor.
What?
Those have been removed as of yesterday.
Okay, all right, then you have no problem with those.
Okay.
And the other one is
It's the sign that's affixed to the top of the store. That's the material is like a PVC style banner material, and there isn't a permit on file for that.
okay, you need to get a permit for that sign, for the other sign.
In the meantime, it must be removed until the permit has been awarded.
Right, so take the sign down, get your permit, and then you can put it back up. Okay?
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay.
As far as cleaning up the landscape, Your Honor, we are working on cleaning up the landscape. We had submitted receipts from Home Depot to show that we had purchased the grass, we had installed the grass. The grass, in fact, went dead because the irrigation system is not there. We do need time to comply with, or to repair the irrigation system so that the lawn can be properly maintained. As far as the property that belongs to the city that has been damaged, Your Honor, back in about 2015, 2016, prior to even U-Hauls or any kind of commercial equipment being placed on this property existed, the city had come in to patch that land up, as it's been like that for, as far as we know, as decades. They were attempting to put some kind of...
That's not before me right now. That's not before me. So you're not being sanctioned or whatever at this time.
Okay.
I'm not ruling on that right now.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, it's just the land on this, the lawn on our property.
Your Honor, if I may, if the clerk can move over to the photograph just so we can both see the clear picture. Hold it right there. That one right there. Okay, as you can see, that's the swell area to the property. That's the property that we're referring to, the missing ground cover.
Okay.
It's pretty clear that nothing has been laid out on that property. And furthermore, the trucks are continued to be stored there. If you move on to the next photograph. The next one, please. As you can see through the, no, go back. As you can see in between the trucks, there is no sod on that area. It's just been pretty much dirt and gravel, just due to the amount of time that the trucks have spent being stored on that area.
With all due respect, Your Honor, the gravel area, part of the city has been like that for decades, has not just been there because of the U-Haul. As I was saying, in 2015 to 2016, the city was coming to repair that. In fact, I think they were, if I recall, they were going to put tarp on there, but it started raining. And then from that time, they have never come back to repatch that area.
Okay, but what I'm understanding is that this is a swale area and it's the the property owner's responsibility to maintain not only your property, but the swale area, even though it's not owned by you.
Okay, Your Honor, we do need some additional time to get all of that in compliance because there is permitting that is going to be needed to put whatever permanent tarps or permanent.
Okay, I'm going to give you 35 days for that, but the signs and the U-Hauls have to be removed within 48 hours. Okay, next case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 24. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE 2009-0399. Case number is 2454 Tortugas Lane. Owner Michael Ruffner. This property was cited on 9/10/2020 to comply by 9/10/2020 to comply by 9/20/2020. One section not complied at $250 per day, $58,250 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. No appeal was received for this citation.
Your Honor, for the record, oh wait, I'm sorry. Does the defendant need to be sworn in?
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Mr. Ruffner, can you please raise your right hand?
My right hand is raised.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
And please state your name for the record.
Michael Ruffner.
Thank you.
Your Honor, beginning this case, may I submit the definition of derelict to the city as per section 18-3 of the City of Fort Lauderdale Code of Ordinances?
Yes,
May I approach the bench, please?
yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division, presenting case CE 2101-1055, reference the property. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm reading in the wrong case. The case is CE 2009-0399, reference the property 2454 Tortugas Lane. On September 10th of 2020, a citation was issued to the subject property for the violation of 18-4C. There are derelict vessels stored on the property. In September of 2020, contact was made with Mr. Kurt Ruffner, whom identified as a brother of the property owner, in reference to the vessel docked at the rear of the property. Mr. Ruffner was advised that the vessel was found in derelict conditions and requires to be cleaned and rid of any derelict conditions. Mr. Ruffner stated that the vessel was being maintained by his niece, in which he will be reaching out at the time to attend the violation. Multiple inspections were performed through the waterway with the assistance of the Fort Lauderdale Police Department Marine Unit and found the vessel to remain in violation. The vessel is missing parts for it to be operable and is in an overall state of disuse with debris growing underneath. Contact was then again made with Mr. Kurt Ruffner regarding the overall conditions of the vessel in April of 2021, as the case has been moved to an imposition of fines. At this time, only one vessel on the property has been brought to compliance, which belongs to Mr. Kurt Ruffner, and the property owner's vessel has been brought into compliance. The vessel belonging to Mr. Kurt Ruffner remains in violation, as per the photos depict. A pre-hearing inspection was performed on May 5th and on May 10th, and we determined that the violation still exists, and it is the interest of the city for the fines to be imposed as read.
Okay, this is a citation case in which no appeal was filed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Ruffner?
This is Michael here. My brother Kurt has signed in, and I don't know, has he been sworn in that he can speak?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's here.
All right.
Okay, whichever one of you want to speak, you can go ahead, but it appears that no appeal has been filed. And therefore I have limited discretion. I actually have no discretion but to impose the fine. Mr. Ruffner, did you want to say something for the record?
Are you asking Kurt Ruffner or Michael Ruffner?
Whoever wants to speak. Michael seems
Kurt,
to
you
be
go.
referring to Kurt.
Okay, I'm Kurt Ruffner, and I presented some evidence, but I haven't seen that being shown.
What evidence did you present, and did you file a notice of appeal?
I didn't know I was supposed to appeal this. Basically, when we received the first notice, we were given 10 days to comply. I tried contacting Mr. Garcia several times by phone. I received him calling me back, telling me that to call him back, which I tried again. I sent an email 2 days after the notice, telling him that I understood that the boat was a little dirty. I was going to have it cleaned. Let me know if I needed to do anything else. And I never heard anything else until basically yesterday when he called me to say it was because the engine wasn't running. And I said, well, I have an outboard that could be mounted. I didn't know that was the problem. The engine I'm rebuilding. I have pictures showing it taken apart. I have the boat currently up for sale, which is supposedly sold. And matter of fact, Sunday we're supposed to get together. I have the title registration, title and bill of sale here, ready to go. She was supposed to sign that Sunday and move the boat yesterday. But then she contacted me late Saturday night and said that she would need a few more days and that it would be probably next weekend, this coming weekend, that we could do the title transfer and she'd be able to move the boat. But we were all under the understanding from day one that it was all because the boat was dirty and needed to be cleaned. And I assumed that after 10 days that we would have gotten a notice saying we weren't in compliance, and not to come back to us 6 months later. When I bought the boat, basically it was hurricane damaged. I don't know if in my evidence, which hasn't been able to see yet, but basically, which I have here. I mean, this is what my boat looked like when I bought it. And then after several months in dry dock, this is what it looked like afterwards. Basically like brand new. This is the picture of the engine when I bought it. And then this is the picture after I had it rebuilt. Presently, it's having to be rebuilt the second time. And between COVID and everything else, I just haven't been able to finish the engine. That's why I thought, well, if that's the case, I might as well put it up for sale. I mean, I don't know. He was talking about some missing gel coat, but it's not missing. It's just not been painted because that's where I had the fiberglass repaired.
Okay, is there anything else from the city?
Your Honor, though Mr. Ruffner submitted evidence that the registration on the vessel is up to date, as you can see from the definition of derelict, that's per section 18-3 from the City of Fort Lauderdale Code of Ordinances, the vessel still remains in an evident state of disuse. Clearly, there's major parts for its necessary operation. And there is, as per the photos depict, debris that's being collected from the vessel from not being moved and not being maintained.
Okay. All right, and what you're asking me is to impose the fines that continue to occur?
The property is not, the case is not in compliance yet. There's still a derelict vessel on the property.
Okay, so is that what you're asking me to do?
So it's in the interest of the city to
Yes,
impose.
Your Honor, yes, that would be the answer.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 25. Case number CE 20090408. Case address 2443 Bimini Lane.
Good morning. I see we have a number ending in 4097. If you could please press *6 to unmute and identify yourself for the record. (4097). Please press *6 to unmute.
The owner apparently is not in the room, so we'll go on the same page to case number CE 21020483, case address 2637 Well Harbor Lane, owner Yacht Club International Inc. This property was first cited on 10/15/21 to comply by 2/15/21. One section not complied at $300 per day, $25,500 accrued. One section not complied.
Oh, can you repeat that again, ma'am? I'm so. I just didn't jump down. I apologize. It didn't pick up with regards to time. Thank you.
No worries. This property was first cited on 2/15/2021 to comply by 2/15/2021. One section not complied at $300 per day, $25,500 accrued. One section not complied at $500 per day, $42,500 accrued. One section not complied at $250 per day, $21,250 accrued. A total of $89,250 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and there was no appeal received for this citation. Good morning, Daniel. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yeah, I'm an attorney, not going to testify, but certainly that's fine.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning. Daniel Schulfeld. I just was contacted last night. I was at my son's graduation in Virginia and probably retained this morning. Certainly, I understand the position with respect to whether or not there was notice and whether or not citations were issued to, determine whether or not an appeal can still be filed at this point. What I would respectfully, with the court's permission, certainly I didn't have this information. Would the court continue without a finding for a reasonably short period of time? As I said.
Okay, let me hear from the inspector, sir, and then I'll.
Yep. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division presenting case CE 21020483 in reference to the property 2637 Well Harbor Lane. Your Honor, on February 15, 2021, the subject property was issued citations for the following violations. 15-28, the business at this location is operating without a current year business tax receipt. This is a repeat violation of case C 18081512 for operating a storage business without a business tax certificate from the city of Fort Lauderdale. 18-1, there's a pool with stagnant water at the property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. This is a repeat violation of case CE 2005-0034 for public nuisance. 18-4C, there are derelict vehicles on the property that consist of, but not limited to, the Fortitude and the Haiku, and this is a repeat violation of case CE 2005-0034. In reference to the business operations at the subject property, the city found ads on Craigslist for rental of trailers, trailer sales, and dock rental as per the photos depict. In addition, the property has had an open business license with the Broward County since November 29th of 2018 for a storage business. As of today, it remains active. A business tax license application was submitted on February 17, 2021 for the city of Fort Lauderdale under BT-GEN-APP-21020054. The business tax license has not been issued to the property as further steps have not been taken. Lastly, as per the findings, the property continues to store derelict vehicles, trailers, and boats on the property. Contact was made with the property owners, and they stated that the vessels, trailers, and vehicles belong to them, but no documentation has been provided to back up the claim. The pool had the stagnant waters removed but has not been covered. Therefore, the pool remains a life safety hazard on the property as per section 18-1 for public nuisance. Contact was made with the property owners and were advised to cover the pool. In regards to the derelict vessels on the property, the Haiku has been removed from the property, but the Fortitude remains. A search for the registration from the United States Coast Guard was made, but the vessel does not return with a valid registration. The vessel was known to sink at one point, and it was sold for salvage. A documentation number could not be found with the state, and neither it is displayed as required from the definition of derelict following section 18-3 from the city of Fort Lauderdale Code of Ordinances. Furthermore, other derelict vessels, vehicles, and trailers are being stored on the property as the photos depict. A pre-hearing inspection was performed on May 5th, May 9th, and May 10th, 2021, in which was found that the property remains in violation. It is the interest of the city to impose all the fines as read.
Okay, the attorney has asked for a continuance due to his late, recent being retained by the client. What is the city's position, either the city attorney or administration, on his request to continue the hearing?
Sorry, I was going to add something. Might I just quickly just proffer just a little bit more, and maybe that could even give a little bit additional information.
Okay.
Unless the city was going to say cool right away, and I won't waste anyone's time, but certainly there's a list of violations here. As I said, I was contacted yesterday. I was in Virginia at my son's college graduation, flew back late last night. Obviously, the information is reasonably substantial. Clearly, information I was not aware of in any capacity. In addition, just quickly, I was able to get some information with respect to compliance, which will, at least assuming citations were properly issued and notice, and there's no ability to file an appeal, that at least will stop the clock, so to speak, with respect to some clients, with compliance, and with respect to some of the information the inspector is looking for. I've already spoken to a witness this morning and got some pictures. So I'm, honestly rapidly trying to, at least if there is no recourse, just clearly addressing the concerns of the city and getting it resolved. You know what I mean? And but as I said, I've only had about an hour, if that.
Okay, does the city want to address his motion for continuance?
Your Honor, this is just for an imposition of fines. There was no appeal. So I don't know if the city's recommendation would be to just move forward with the imposition of fines, being that there's not, I don't know if there's any power of debate in this regard.
Well, I think there is with respect to compliance. There is, number one, and number two, there may be with respect to whether or not citations were properly issued. Certainly that's going to need to be looked at, and whether or not there is some appellate rights. And additionally, with respect to compliance, so that the fines don't, obviously, this particular inspector has a history and he's done a thorough job on this, but I would like the opportunity, just even just briefly, to just sort of get it under control. And as I said, and they stop the violations, which is in everyone's best interest, assuming, they're accurate.
City Attorney.
Your Honor, if I could. Your Honor?
Yes.
So you'll see, Your Honor, that these citations are from February, so they're not, we're in May. This is not a new matter. And obviously, from the case history as recited by the code officer, they're repeat violations. I appreciate what counsel is saying with regard to compliance. That obviously can be discussed with him, with further supervisors and so forth, if there is an issue as to, compliance. At the end of the day, Your Honor, as Inspector Garcia testified, and there's no appeal. So under the city code, or rather the citations were not timely appealed, or an administrative hearing was not timely requested. That information is on the face of the citation. That period has long since passed. So as Your Honor knows, unfortunately, there is no discretion but to impose the fine. And again, counsel can certainly follow up and have dialogue with the department on compliance and when the dates of compliance occur or have occurred or will occur.
Okay, please unmute yourself, counsel.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had muted and unmuted me. I apologize. Look, I obviously the fines are substantial. I do appreciate the city's position. The only thing I would say in response is, and certainly I do understand that the court doesn't have discretion, but I'm not quite certain that that there is not the ability to appeal these citations, and whether or not notice was proper. And certainly that's something that I'm going to very quickly look at. And in addition, I do think there was some discussions with respect to the sale of the property, and there may be some ability to negotiate some resolution with the city. Just that in itself, without the sort of the lien or that imposition may assist, sort of a further end to this. I mean, even if there was just simply 2 weeks, I mean, I'm certainly not trying to delay or I understand there's not discretion at this point with respect to, Your Honors, what you can and cannot do, but certainly just 2 weeks is not going to, cause much harm. I mean,
I tend to sympathize with you, but the fact is I do not have any discretion except to impose the fine when your client doesn't file an appeal or a request for administrative hearing. Everything's deemed admitted, including notice. So that's where we find ourselves. So I have no alternative but to impose the fine. I don't think a brief recess would change the situation any, but I'm sure that the city will work with you to try to bring the property into compliance as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Well, as I said, okay, listen, I appreciate your consideration. But as I said, I'm not conceding that notice was proper, and the right to file a notice of appeal is not going to be something that may happen. So nonetheless, I appreciate your consideration. I guess it is what it is.
All right. Thank you very much, counsel.
I think.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 35. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE-19120669. Case address 2208 Northwest 8th Street, owner Charles H. Rucker Estate. This case was first heard on 3/9/21 to comply by 5/11/21. 4 sections not complied at $100 per day. Fines are due to start on May 12, 2021. And this is a request for an extension.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Todd Belbeck.
Good morning, Mr. Rucker. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
I swear.
Morning, Your Honor. For the record, Todd Belbeck, representing Senior Inspector Manny Garcia on behalf of the city. Case number CE-19120609, located at 2208 Northwest 8th Street. This case first came before the special magistrate on March 9th of 2021, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on January 2nd of 2020. The property owner has requested an extension, which is why the case is brought here today. At this time, the city does not reject any recommendations from the magistrate.
Say that again.
As far as the last sentence, at this time, the city does not reject any recommendations from the magistrate.
Okay, so you're okay with the request for extension? Okay, all right. Mr. Rucker,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay, how much time do you need?
Well, I was wondering if, Your Honor, can you grant us at least 60 days or 90 days to finish getting everything back in place? I inherited the property from my father and my grandfather. They both died. My grandfather just died this past year, so unfortunately, it's on me to make sure that the property is taken care of. And I'm in graduate school now, and I'm just trying to get my finances together. But I will make sure that the property will be maintained and
Okay,
up to par for code.
any objection to 91 days?
No.
Okay, all right. 91 days, and I think the inspector may have misread the number of the case. CE-191-20669 is the case we're on, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right, we're going to give you 91 days and we'll stop the fines during that period.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
I'm truly grateful.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is the case CE 200900408 reference 2443 Bimini Lane going to be read, or did the defendant come back?
No, he hasn't come back.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 21. Inspector Will Snyder. Case number CE 200703337. Case address 555 Antioch Avenue. Owner Bayshore Concepts LLC. This property was cited on 2/9/2021 to comply by 3/16/2021. One section not complied at $50 per day. $2,800 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue. Good morning, Courtney. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm?
Certainly. Good morning.
Good morning. Do you swear and affirm to speak to truth at today's presentation? I'm
I
sorry.
do.
Proceedings. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 200703337 for the property located at 555 Antioch Avenue. The case was first heard February 9th, 2021. The special magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at the property by March 16, 2021. Administrative review UDP-A21015 is currently open to allow for temporary parking lot use. Presently, there is a $1,500 balance due. The violation at the property remains, and I'd like to allow this time for the respondent to explain.
Okay, Ms. Crush, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. As Inspector Snyder noted, Your Honor, this is a temporary parking use for the Four Seasons Hotel, which is under construction. At the outset, there was not a process to allow construction workers to park on a temporary lot. Ultimately, working with the city's zoning administrator, Mohammed Malik, he identified what's called an administrative review process. That was considered by the committee, his committee, on March 18th. And while we anticipated when we asked for the extension back in February, that this would be a rather less than onerous process, it turns out that the city is asking for traffic studies and drainage calculations and resurfacing. And it has taken us longer amount of time because we had to hire consultants just for this temporary use to prepare and respond to plans. So while I know it's over the compliance date, we'd very respectfully ask if your honor would consider staying the fines going forward and allowing us another 45 days to complete the process. And again, this is just not a scope that was anticipated, I don't think, by anybody.
Okay, any objection from the city if I give them 49 days and stay the fines?
No, Your Honor, they appear to be moving forward to try to rectify it.
All right, thank you, Ms. Crush.
Thank you, your honor. I appreciate it. Thank you, Inspector.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 22. Inspector Lois Tarosky. Case number CE 201000543. Case address 1625 Northeast First Avenue. Owner Joseph X. Flynn. This case was first heard on 1/12/2021 to comply by 3/9/2021. One section complied at $25 per day. $1,525 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. Good morning, Mr. Flynn. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Lois Tarowski on behalf of the city. This is case number CE 201-00543, located at 1625, excuse me, Northeast First Avenue. This case first came before the special magistrate on 1/12/2021, where evidence was presented and Magistrate Flynn found for the city. These violations were first cited on 10/14/2020, and a total of 10 re-inspections were made on this property. The property is now in compliance. It is the position of the city that the fines be imposed as read, but if the magistrate is inclined to reduce these fines, we'd like to point out the administrative costs have been incurred by the city in a total amount of $626. Mr. Flynn, do you have anything to say?
Just that I would ask for the magistrate's deference on waiving any fees possible, just because it's been very difficult to get the work done, just with even paying for the paint to get the awnings done. The silver lining to the whole process, I guess, is actually I enjoyed the process of doing it, and actually I managed to do it without actually injuring myself too much.
Okay, all right. All right, I'll reduce the fine to $800.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we have about 3 remaining respondents who we have to identify. Would you like to take a break at this time while we identify them? Thank you.
Yes.
magistrate hearing. Our next case is on page 25. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 2009-0408. Case address 2443 Bimini Lane. Owner Arnold Surchuk in care of Beta Screen Corp. This property was cited on 9/10/2020 to comply by 9/20/2020. One section not complied at $250 per day. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Can you slow down? You're talking too fast. Please slow down. Repeat what you just said.
This property was
Hello?
first on September 10th, 2020 to comply by September 20th, 2020. One violation not complied at $250 per day. $58,250 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and that fines continue to accrue until the violation comes into compliance. And the city did not receive an appeal for this issued citation.
You're talking too fast again. Please slow down.
The city didn't receive an appeal, like she said.
Yes, because I have trouble hearing. The notice of violation we sent from here to a bureau in Florida. I don't live in 2443. I live in New Jersey, and in the pandemic, I was not in Florida. I couldn't go to Florida. Can you hear me? Hello.
Good morning, Your Honor. Was the defendant sworn in?
Good morning, Mr. Arnold.
Speaking.
Hi, can you raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division presenting case CE 2009-0408, reference the property 2443 Bimini Lane. On September 10th, 2020, a citation was issued to the subject property for the violation 18-4C. There is a derelict vessel at the rear of the property. Contact was not made with the property owner when the citation was issued. Multiple inspections were performed through the waterway with the assistance of the Fort Lauderdale Police Department Marine Unit and found the property to remain in violation. Communication was finally made with the property owner, who stated he resided in Jersey and has not been able to come down to South Florida. The property owner has provided up-to-date registration for the vessel, but it does not satisfy the requirements as per the definition of derelict under section 18-3 of the Fort Lauderdale Code of Ordinances. As per the photos depict, the vessel remains in a state of neglect, disuse, and the registration numbers are not visible. A pre-hearing inspection was performed on May 5th, 2021, in which the vessel at the rear of the property was found to remain in violation. It is the interest of the city for the fines to be imposed as read.
Okay, Mr. Surchak?
Yes.
Okay, you started to tell me about something you filed. Did you file an appeal in this case?
No, there's no appeal. When we were notified sometime in September, so we attempted to make contact, and we did, with some license bureau in Fort Lauderdale. My son is here, and we're trying to find that record. But because I wasn't in Florida, I never saw anything, I never heard anything. And we thought that by paying for that registration, that it satisfied the conditions. Not being in Florida, not meeting with Officer Garcia, I didn't know any details.
Okay.
Recently, Officer Garcia made contact with me, told me about the conditions, and we took care of all the conditions as far as the cleaning and so on, the registration. That's all been done. The only thing that is left over from everything, from the charges, the 3 or 4 charges, is the registration numbers on the boat are illegible. So I was able to, he sent me a photo, I was able to see. But as of today, I have someone who went to a place to get the numbers. He's a former neighbor. He's a boat person. I'm not, I'm the boat user. So he's applying the numbers today. And he just got the numbers yesterday printed. So that's going to be satisfied today. The boat has been cleaned, everything taken care, the sticker put onto the boat. All the violations have been taken care of. The registration, the legibility, I didn't find out about that until I think last Thursday. And then I called the person who takes care of my boat and to ask him to get the numbers. So that was last Thursday. Today is Tuesday. He's applying the numbers today. He's a man that works 9 to 5. So he's going there after work or even before. And he's going to be putting the registration numbers on today. All the other violations, to the best of my knowledge, have been taken care of. This is not a question of neglect. This is a question of a pandemic. I never saw the information of why why there was the so-called violations. It was news to me. The only thing I knew about was from last September that the boat hadn't been registered properly, and we sent away for the registration. It's been paid for. I can try to find that, but we did it again. We pay for it again. So the boat has the registration on it. I'm trying to be in compliance. Again, I'm not a Florida resident. I live in New Jersey. I don't get the mail like I should. So I am doing my very best to be in compliance.
Okay, anything else from the city?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm
Mr.
sorry, I didn't hear that. Please repeat.
Well, I just asked if the city had anything to add before I rule. Unfortunately,
Nope. Okay.
Mr. Surchuk, the citation that you received back in September had a notice of appeal requirement of 15 days. You did not file a notice of appeal or a request for administrative hearing. So while I sympathize with your situation, the law gives me no discretion but to impose the fine.
How do I raise $58,000?
Yeah, I appreciate your predicament, but unfortunately, if you had just filed the notice of appeal, request for administrative hearing, I could have tried to take into consideration all the circumstances. But the way the law reads, if you don't file for the appeal, everything that the city is alleging is deemed admitted, including any notice issues. So I wish I could help.
Let me explain. I don't get the mail that gets sent to 2443. I never saw that notice.
It was
I
sent to New
never saw
Jersey.
that
sir.
notice.
It was sent to
The
New
only
Jersey.
thing that I knew was some type of information about the registration. There was no notification besides the registration. There was no notification of any other violations. That came later. And having a boat that may be worth $4,000 and to be fined $58,000 is an outrage, obviously. There's something very wrong. How do I get $58,000? I have to appeal this. I have to get a lawyer. I live in New Jersey. There's been a pandemic. I couldn't register a car that I got because the motor vehicle bureaus were closed in New Jersey. It's taking me almost a year to get the title and the registration for a car that I bought. So it's not the same thing. I haven't been in Florida for over a year because of the pandemic. And there has to be consideration.
I understand all that, and you've said that, and as I said, I sympathize greatly with you. And if you choose to get legal counsel, fine, that you should do that. But there's nothing that I can do under the law once you don't file that appeal.
Your Honor, if I may.
Please.
Wait one second, sir.
Your Honor, I want it to be clear for Mr. Arnold. The violation in regards to being derelict does not necessarily only fall for the vessel not being registered. The vessel, as you can see from the photos that were submitted to the record, is in complete state of neglect. You can see the mildew that's built up on it, and that the registrations on the vessel, it's not visible. It's been completely peeled, and that's due to it not being attended. So I do want to make it understandable for Mr. Arnold that this isn't just a violation in regards to the registration of his vessel. It's in regards to the aesthetics state of the vessel.
But that's been alleviated. The boat's been washed. The boat's been cleaned. Have you been to the boat in the last few days?
The last time that I performed my pre-hearing inspection on the waterway was May 5th of 2021, which is exactly 6 days ago. And those photos are submitted to the record. And as you can see, the conditions of the vessel at this time.
Following your instructions.
That's the day that he came to clean the boat. That Nicholas came to clean the boat.
Following your instructions, I had someone cleaning the boat. The boat is clean. The registration is on the boat. I'm doing everything possible to be in compliance.
Okay, we appreciate that, but as I said, I don't have any discretion in this matter but to impose the fine, and you're welcome to seek legal counsel. Thank you very much, sir. Good luck to you.
Can you send that information to New Jersey? If you send it to Florida, 2443, I will not get it.
Where there was evidence presented in the record and pictures shown, the violation was sent to New Jersey.
Can you send your decision?
Yes.
So I could look for an attorney.
That's on record that it will be sent to the New Jersey address.
What's the address?
If you one second.
You want to repeat your address for the record?
You can send it to 707 Commercial Avenue. That's my business address. Carlstadt, Carlstadt, New Jersey, 07072.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
And may I ask who am I speaking with?
Magistrate Flynn.
Will your name be on the documents that you're sending me?
It will. I will sign the order.
I thank you very much. Do you have any suggestions to alleviate something that is not done deliberately? There was a pandemic, obviously, a mitigating factor. I haven't been in Florida.
As I said, I've heard all this, and as I said, I sympathize with your position, but I'm not allowed to give you legal advice, and I can only do what, is within my discretion to do for you. I do sympathize though, sir.
I'll wait for your letter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three cases are on pages 31 and 32. On page 31, Case number CE 20110361. Case address 906 Southwest 4th Avenue, owner PhD Development LLC, Inspector Gail Williams. This property was cited on 12/9/2020 to comply by 12/19/2020. One section complied at $200 per day, $23,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and no appeal was received for this citation. Also on page 31, case number CE 20110504. Case address 1504 Southwest 4th Avenue, owner PhD Development LLC. This property was also cited on 12/9/2020 to comply by 12/19/2020. One section not complied at $200 per day, $28,600 accrued. This is requesting full fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for this citation. And on case number CE 20110506, case address 1506 Southwest 4th Avenue, owner PhD Development LLC. This property was cited on 12/9/2020 to comply by 12/19/2020. One section not complied at $200 per day, $28,600 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for this citation. Good morning, Lisa. Can you please raise your right hand?
I can.
Thank you. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 20110361, address 906 Southwest 4th Avenue. The property was being utilized as a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance from the city. On December 9th, 2020, the property was found being advertised with an expired certificate. The property was advertised for rent as depicted in the photos. The following violation 15-281.A was cited and a citation issued. The property was given 10 days to comply and 15 days to appeal the citation. The case complied on April 14, 2021. An appeal was not filed. The city is requesting a finding of fact and admin costs to be imposed. The admin cost is $497.
Who's here for the city, for the property owner?
Hello.
Is she been sworn?
Yes, I have. Hi, how are you?
Okay.
I have an unusual predicament with these particular properties among a few others that I have that I actually rented to this company at the time. These properties were rented to international student housing, and they did have the certificates of compliance. At the end of 2019, the gentleman who was renting probably about 8 properties from me at the time for the student exchange disappeared. The listings that you see on Airbnb, that are on Flipkey, that are on the internet are not my listings. I'm assuming they're listings of the gentleman who was renting the properties from us. I have contacted relentlessly all of these agencies trying to get the listings removed. But because the account that they're listed on does not belong to me or to PhD Development, we're not allowed to make any changes. I don't know what else to do to get the properties removed from the listings. I do have these properties.
Please stop talking. I thought this property was in compliance.
Yes, this property came in compliance on April 14, 2021.
Okay, and you're recommending costs of $497?
Correct, the admin cost, yes.
Okay, all right. So are you objecting to the reduction?
No, obviously I
Yes.
don't object to it.
Pardon me?
I do not object to the reduction. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Wait.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, we have two other
Two more
cases with the same issue.
Inspector Gail Williams for the city of Fort Lauderdale presenting case CE 20110504, address 1504 Southwest 4th Avenue. Property was being utilized as a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance from the city. On December 9th, 2020, the property was found being advertised with an expired certificate. The property was advertised for rent as depicted in the photos. The following violation 15-281A was cited and a citation issued. The property was given 10 days to comply and 15 days to appeal the citation. The case has not complied and an appeal was not filed. The city is requesting a finding of fact and full imposition of the fines. Do you want me to read the next case as well, or?
Okay.
No, I think we should take them one at a time.
Okay.
Yeah. Ms. Laird,
Yes.
the city's requesting an imposition of the fines, and there appears to be no appeal filed in this case. And so I don't have much discretion except to impose the fines. I assume the situation is the same as the previous property.
It is exactly the same. I have been unable to get these properties removed from these websites. I do have current residential leases for these properties to show that the properties are in fact not being utilized as, vacation rentals.
If she wants to provide that at some time, she can email me and we can take a look at that as to what time frame they were listed as and she was leasing.
Okay, and should I email them to the special magistrate at fortlauderdale.gov?
No, you can email them to me. And
Okay.
you ready?
Yes.
G.A. Williams at fortlauderdale.gov, and Fort Lauderdale is spelled out.
Okay. G.A. Williams at fortlauderdale.gov. So I should send you the last, I'll send you the last two leases on the property.
Okay.
And that's for the 1504 Southwest 4th Avenue. And I'm assuming we'll probably have to do the same with the other one.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so what is the city requesting of me now?
The full amount of the 28,600.
Okay, so ordered.
Oh, no. Is there not any way to, it's so unfair. We're not utilizing the properties and have not utilized them in well over a year and a half now as, vacation rentals. In addition to the issue that we have with you, this gentleman, vacated owing us over $40,000 on rents because he just up and left all the properties. And again, the issue is I do not have access to the website. It's not my website. It's not my logins or my account that they're allowing me to make any changes. And I've written them, I've emailed them, I've called them, all these different agencies, and I haven't been able to get far with them at all.
Well, I really sympathize with your position. Does the city want to have anything to add to that?
Co-compliance Supervisor Lauderdale, I just wanted to mention that, we have no evidence suggesting otherwise other than the information we currently have. And this is the only thing we can go by. So definitely a full imposition of the fine. And just to add for the record, not only was it not appealed, but we haven't received any communication from the property owner previously as well.
No, that's not true. I did try to contact Ms. Williams, and I did actually speak with her on this.
Okay, let's move on to the next case. I've ruled on that one.
Inspector Gail Williams for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 0506, address 1506 Southwest Fourth Avenue. This property was being utilized as a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance from the city. On December 9th, 2020, the property was found being advertised with an expired certificate. The property was advertised for rent as depicted in the photos. The following violation, 15-281.8, was cited and a citation issued. The property was given 10 days to comply and 15 days to appeal the citation. The case has not complied and an appeal was not filed. The city is requesting a finding of fact and full imposition of fines to be imposed.
May I speak?
Yes, you may.
I mean, I'm in the same predicament. You know, these properties are, I have residential leases for them to show that they've not been used in the last year as vacation rentals. And I don't have any power over what they've listed online. And I've reached out to all these companies and they're not helping me out. They're not removing the listings, even though it's our property.
Okay, unfortunately, I have to make the same ruling here, but the inspector has invited you to email her and submit your proof, okay?
All right, I will do that. What happens after that? Is there an opportunity to, reduce these fines?
When you email, we'll communicate.
All right, I'll do that. I appreciate the help. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
That concludes our response, and now we'll begin with the non-responding cases. Our next case is on page 1, Inspector Malaika Murray, case number CE 210108883, case address 2674 East Oakland Park Boulevard, owner Aaron Gonzalez and Vito Stramaglia, property posted for 2020-21, posted at City Hall 4/27/2021.
Inspector Malaika Murray, number 302, on behalf of the city, presenting case number CE 2101083 for case address 2674 East Oakland Park Boulevard. The owner is Aaron C. Gonzalez and Vito Stramaglia. I first inspected this commercial property zoned CB Community Business on January the 27th, 2021, following a Q alert complaint. The following city code violations were found and cited. 47-19.4.D8. There was a dumpster enclosure that was not being maintained at this location. The next violation that was cited would be for 18-12A. There is overgrowth on this actual property at the rear of the property. The next violation that was cited would be for 47-20.20H. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property, including but not limited to missing wheel stops. There are also potholes, and the parking area requires, because of those issues, resurfacing and restriping. Posting, mailing of legal documents have all been done as per department protocol. I'd like to submit these photos into evidence which depict the violations that were found and cited. Several times I had actually made contact with the owners or managers of Truth Nightclub, which is the entity that is releasing this particular location from the ownership. During those interactions, we discussed the violations that were cited, and they were aware of the resolutions for those violations. They took action to actually cure some of the violations that were originally cited on the inspection report, but they were not able to get management to or ownership of the actual property to get in contact with me in regards to the remaining violations. I have not heard anything from ownership of this actual property. BCPA records reveals that there has been no change in ownership since June 12th of 2020. This property is not a homesteaded property. A pre-hearing inspection of this property took place yesterday, Monday of this week, and found that the violations remain as depicted. The city is recommending 10 days to bring violation specifically different timeframes for each of the remaining violations. The city is recommending 10 days to bring the violation 47-19.4.D.8 for the dumpster enclosure into compliance, or $50 per day. The next violation, the city is recommending 10 days to bring that violation into compliance.
I'm showing 4 complieds here. Is that not the case?
No, that is not the case. I'm currently showing that the violations that were complied were for the derelict vehicle that had the expired tag, the violation for the dumpster enclosure overflowing with trash not being maintained was complied. I'm also showing that the exterior building, it must not have appeared on my actual list. I apologize about that.
Okay, so the 4 complied that's on here are complied?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we have 2 left. One you want 10 days and 18-12A. What are you requesting on that one?
Okay, which to review the ones that were complied, because I actually don't have a complete list here.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Supervisor Bass with the City of Fort Lauderdale. I just want to get clarification. The violations that are in compliance are 18-4C is complied, 24-29A is complied, and 9-306 is complied. There is an error saying that 47-2020H is complied. The parking facilities are not complied. So we're asking for 47-19.4.D8 for the dumpster enclosure. We're asking 10 days to comply for that, or $50 a day thereafter. For 18-12A, we're asking 10 days to comply for that, or $50 per day thereafter. And for 47-20.20.H, which is the parking facilities, because it will need a permit, we're asking for 42 days to comply on that, or $50 a day thereafter.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case on page 2, Inspector Bernstein Sambert. Case number CE 210111056, case address 6520 Northwest 9th Avenue, owner 6520 Powerline Warehouse LLC. Property posted 4/14/2021, posted at City Hall 4/27/2021.
Hello, Your Honor. Officer Bernstein Sambert, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 21011056, property address 6520 Northwest 9th Ave. This property was inspected on January 31st, 2021, and was cited for the following violations. 9-306B, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of exterior that have stains and missing and peeling paints. Section code 47-19.5D.5A. There is a buffer/exterior wall on the rear of the property is not being maintained. There are areas of disrepair structure. Due to noncompliance on March 8th, 2021, the notice of hearing was posted on the property. A pre-hearing inspection revealed property is not in compliance. I would like to submit photos as evidence into the record. I have not had any communication with the property owners of the building. The city is requesting 35 days to comply, or a fine of $50 per day per violation be imposed thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 3, case number CE 201200915, case address 1105 Northwest 23rd Avenue, owner Taisha Nelson. Inspector Karen Proto, Supervisor Reginald White presenting. Property was posted on 4/13/21 and posted at City Hall on 4/27/21.
Good afternoon, Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor, presenting for Karen Proto, case CE 2012-0915. The property was first inspected on December 27, 2020. The following violations remain. An inspection report was posted at the property.
13/2021 and posted at City Hall on 4/27/2021.
Yes, Supervisor White presenting for Inspector Karen Proto. This is case CE 21010443 at 1110 West Los Olas Boulevard. The property was first inspected January 13, 2021. An inspection report was posted January 13, 2021, re-inspected on February 21st, 2021. And a notice of hearing was posted on the property April 13th, 2021. As of the date of this hearing, and as of 5/10/2021, all violations remain on the property. The city is requesting 28 days to come into compliance or receive a fine of $25 per day per violation.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 5. Senior Inspector Wilson Quintero, case number CE 21010455, case address 1111 Southwest Second Court, numbers 1 through 3, owner 2017 Benton Small Family Land Trust, John Winston Small trustee and all others. Property posted 4/14/2021, posted at City Hall 4/27/2021.
Senior Inspector Quintero, Senior, number 269, on behalf of the city. I'm presenting case number CE 21010455 for the address 1111 Southwest Second Court. I first inspect this residential property on 11/13/2021 following an HOA project. The posting and mailing of legal document has been done by city protocol. The case was scheduled for this special magistrate on 3/15/2021 for the following code ordinance violations. 9-306, the exterior building wall has to be maintained. The structural parts, including fascia and surface, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that had stains and missing peeling paint. 9-304B is in compliance, Your Honor. BCPA record reveals no changes on the ownership since 11/25/2018, and the dwelling is not homestead. A pre-hearing inspection on Thursday or last week found that the violation remained as depicted on the pictures. We've been speaking with a family friend, Mr. Stewart, who has been in contact with the supervisor and myself, and we agreed to 63 days to come into compliance, so $50 a day for the violation. Your Honor.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 6. Inspector Karen Proto, Supervisor Reggie White, presenting case number CE 210-20692. Case address 2025 Northwest 24th Avenue, owner Max House LLC. Property posted 4/13/21, posted at City Hall 4/27/21.
Yeah, Supervisor White presented for Karen Proto, Inspector Karen Proto. This is at the address 2025 Northwest 24th Avenue, case 2102-0692. The property was first cited February 22nd, 2021. Property was re-inspected March 7, 2021. The property was posted April 13, 2021. 47-34.B.1 has been withdrawn. The violation of 9-305A, the overgrowth of vegetation protruding in the public right-of-way has been complied. The violation of BCZ 39-79E still exists, landscaping not being maintained. Want to give the property owner 35 days to come into compliance or a fine of $25 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you. Our next case on page 6, Senior Inspector Wilson Quintero. Case number CE 200808060, case address 1001 Southwest 31st Street, owner Sadie Smith. Posted 4/15/21, posted at City Hall 4/27/21.
Senior Inspector Quintero, Senior, number 269, on behalf of the city, I'm presenting case number CE 200808060 for the address located at 1001 Southwest 31st Street. I first inspect this residential property on 8/21/2020, following a State Department of Children and Family complaint. The posting mailers of legal document has been done by city protocol. I received a complaint from the Department of Children and Family in reference to this lady that is being 89 years old female that is refusing help from the state and the local authorities. The interior of the structure is flooded and is mold everywhere. The following violation was cited. The case was scheduled for this special magistrate on 1/4/2021 for the following violations. 9-306, the exterior building walls has not been maintained. The structural parts, including fascia, surface, and attached structure in the rear of the property are in disrepair and present a safety hazard. There are areas of the exterior had stains of missing and peeling paint. 9-280G, there are electrical wires and accessories not maintaining a good, safe working condition in the rear of the property, including but not limited to wires exposed on the outside, non-covered electrical meter box. There is no changes on the BCPA record since 1960, Your Honor. The property owner is in the rehabilitation place. I've been in contact with the niece, and we agree for 182 days for comply, or $25 a day thereafter.
Okay. So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case on page 8, case number CE 21010155 has been rescheduled. Our next case is on page 9. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE 21020388. Case address 1661 Southwest 22nd Avenue. Owner Antoinette Jacobson and C. Jacobson, Antoinette Jacobson Real Property Trust. Property posted 4/21/2021, posted at City Hall 4/27/2021.
Good morning, Your Honor. May the clerk please state again what the case number and the address is?
CE 21020388, case address 1661 Southwest 22nd Avenue.
One second, Your Honor. Your Honor, the case was complied. It was notified to the clerk.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case is on page 11, Inspector Lois Tarosky, case number CE 21020521, case address 1544 Northwest 5th Avenue. Owner Carlos Javier Torres Sosa, property posted 4/13/21, posted at City Hall 4/27/21.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Lois Tarowski for the city. This is case CE 21020521 at 1544 Northwest 5th Avenue. This property was first inspected on 2/17/2021. The following violations were discovered. 18-4C, there is a derelict vehicle on this property. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and/or its swale. A pre-hearing inspection took place on 5/6/2021, and the violation remains. The city requests the violations be brought into compliance within 10 days or a fine of $25 per day per violation be imposed thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 13. Case number CE 200705555. Case address 824 Ponce de Leon Drive. Owner Good Service Realty Inc. in care of Ingeborg Leatherbury. Inspector Lois Tarosky, property posted 4/22/2021, posted at City Hall 4/27/2021.
Good afternoon. Once again, Lois Tarowski for the city. This is case CE 20070555, 824 Ponce de Leon Drive. This property was first inspected on 7/15/2020. The following violations were discovered. 904-B, which has been complied. 1812A, which has been complied. 9-280D. There is a shed in the backyard of this property that is deteriorating and falling down. 9-280H1. The fence at this property is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. A pre-hearing inspection took place on 5/10/2021. The violations that are not complied remain. The city requests the violations be brought into compliance within 35 days or fine of $25 per day per violation thereafter.
On page 13, case number CE 21030679, case address 200 West Sunrise Boulevard, owner Dale's Wheels and Tires, Inc., Inspector Gustavo Caracas. I'm calling it for a purpose.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector presenting case number CE 21030679 for the property located at 200 West Sunrise Boulevard. Inspection of the property was performed on March 12, 2021, and cited for the following violation. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia soffits on the area exterior, have stains and missing peeling paint. There is graffiti on the exterior walls of this unoccupied commercial property. This is a finding of fact, Your Honor. Case will be presented to Special Master as a recurring violation for the following violations: CE 21020275, CE 201000566, CE 20091198, CE 20071335, CE 20070673, CE 20010685, CE 180604661, CE 171118554, and CE 160606542. Whether or not it comes into compliance before the hearing. Special magistrate notice was mailed to the property on April 5th of 2021. A pre-hearing inspection was done on May 6, 2021, and the pictures presented here show that the violation at that time was actually not in compliance. As of yesterday, Your Honor, we do have compliance, and again, this is just a finding of fact.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case on page 15, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 21030002, case address 615 Southeast 7th Street, owner L&M Commercial Properties, Inc., property posted 4/21/2021, posted at City Hall 4/27/21.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector presenting case number CE 21030002 for the property located at 615 Southeast 7th Street. Inspection of the property was performed on March 2nd and cited for the following violation. 9-280 H1. The wooden fence located on the west side of the property next to the bank's parking lot is in state of disrepair and is being maintained as required. Courtesy notice was posted on the property on March 2nd, 2021, allowing 30 days to come into compliance. Contact has not been made with anyone at the residence. Special magistrate notice was mailed to the property owner on April 2nd, 2021. Pre-hearing inspection was done on May 6, 2021, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the following violations have not been brought into compliance. The photos here submitted into record for evidence. The city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $50 for the violation that exists.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case on page 15, Captain Robert Kasarich, case number FC 21020001, case address 2000 North Ocean Boulevard. Owner Jafis Pelican Grand 1 LLC. Personal service was given to the property on 4/21/2021 and posted at City Hall on 4/27/21.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Captain Robert Sarge, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office for case FC 21020001, property address of 2000 North Ocean Boulevard. Property is cited in reference to F-111.1.3. The smoke control system has not been certified annually by a Broward County licensed test and balance company. I'm actually surprised that we don't have a representative here. I was at the property yesterday doing another follow-up and have been following with property management on this case all along. They indicated that they would be on the call today, and that's my surprise that they didn't appear. I don't know if maybe they had technical difficulties or somewhat, but they will need at least a 91-day time extension in order to bring this property into compliance. This is going to require replacement of the fans that have been placed on order, and they've already had the initial certification done to find out any other deficiencies. So 91 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, thank you very much.
Our next case on page 16, Captain Robert Kasowich, case number FC 21020011, case address 3900 Federal Highway, owner SD Federal Highway LLC, property posted 4/21/21, posted City Hall 4/27/21.
And Captain Robert Sarge here to present case number FC 21020011 for the property address 3900 North Federal Highway. Property is cited in reference to NFPA 13.3.1.1. The fire sprinkler system is in need of service. They did get a certification company out there to certify the system. There was deficiencies noted in it and a section of pipe that will need to be replaced. They stated they're could get this done fairly quickly, so we're only requesting 28 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, so ordered.
Our next case is on page 17, Captain Robert Krasowich, case number FC 21030007, case address 3007 West Commercial Boulevard, number 102, owner Rica Fort Lauderdale LLC. Property posted 4/23/21, posted at City Hall 4/27/21.
I'm sorry, that case number?
FC 21030007.
And Captain Robert Sarge present case number FC 21030007 for the property address at 3007 West Commercial Boulevard, unit number 102. Property is cited in reference to F-103.2.5, unable to gain entry to perform fire safety inspection. We're requesting 28 days or $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
On page 17, case number FC 21030011 is complied. Our next case is on page 19, the hearing to impose fines, case number CE 21020935, case address 6301 Northwest 9th Avenue, owner 6301 Powerline Station LLC. Property first cited on 2/26/21 to comply by 3/8/21. One section not complied at $150 per day. $9,600 accrued. This is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for this citation.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 21, case number CE-191000748, case address 1720 Northwest 7th Avenue, owner Michelle Lewis. Case was first heard on 2/26/2020 to comply by 3/5/2020. There are 2 suspensions notated on the agenda. One section complied at $25 per day, $250 accrued. 3 sections not complied at $25 per day, $17,775 accrued. A total of $18,025 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 22, case number CE 2011046, case address 1444 Windsor Court, owner Threefold Windsor LLC in care of Melaw Registered Agents LLC. This case was first heard on 2/9/2021 to comply by 2/19/21 and 3/15/21. 2 sections not complied at $100 per day, $12,900 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 23, case number CE 20120788, case address 1608 Northwest 5th Avenue, owner James E. Ferrace and Patrick Stefanov. This case was first heard on 2/9/21 to comply by 2/19/21. 3 sections not complied at $25 per day. $6,075 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
On page 23, case number CE-1912180, case address 3390 Southwest 23rd Street, owner Ziad Ibrahim. Case first heard 1/12/2021 to comply by 2/25/21. 3 sections not complied at $100 per day, $22,500 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
On page 24, case number CE 200500729, case address 623 Northwest 13th Terrace, owner Atter Way LLC. This case was first heard on 2/9/21 to comply by 3/15/21. 3 sections not complied at $100 per day, $17,100 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Which one is she on? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Okay, so ordered.
Our next case is on page 25, case number CE 190900856, case address 1642 Northwest 25th Terrace, owner Kinsey Benton, Coffee Benton, and Lewis Benton. This case was first heard on 1/12/21 to comply by 2/9/21. 4 sections not complied at $50 per day, $18,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 26, case number CE 200300502, case address Northwest 21st Avenue, owner Bessie M. Williams. This case was first heard on 10/14/2020 to comply by 11/18/2020. 1 section complied at $25 per day, $1,150 accrued. This is requesting full amount.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 29. Case number CE 210300816, case address 2665 Northwest 20th Street, owner William H. Harris. This property was cited on 3/23/21 to comply by 4/2/21. 1 section not complied at $250 per day, $9,750 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue and no appeals received for this citation.
So ordered.
On page 33, for case number CE 201000987, the city is requesting to vacate the order of January 12, 2021.
So ordered.
There's a case on page 35 with an order to reappear. I'm assuming fines are due to start tomorrow, but they didn't reappear. The city is requesting to enter pages 36 and 37 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
So ordered.
This concludes our regular special magistrate hearing for May 11th, 2021. And we do have 1 lien reduction case to hear today. Special magistrate, shall I continue? Would you like me to continue or do?
Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead.
So good morning and welcome to, good afternoon and welcome to the special magistrate virtual lien reduction hearing agenda for May 11th, 2021. Our case can be found on page 1. Case number CE 1710177, case address 1004 Southwest 7th Street, owner David W. Schatz. This property has a total lien value of $43,200 and city direct cost of $658.32. The city is requesting $12,960. Good afternoon, Mr. Schatz. Can you please raise your right hand and unmute yourself?
Sorry, yeah,
Thank you. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Schatz, this is a lien amount of $43,200. The city's willing to accept $12,960. Are you in agreement with that, or what would you like to tell me?
What I proposed was $800. Unfortunately, I'm not in the best financial situation right now. I know a lot of this was self-inflicted, but there was some miscommunication between me and the person that was handling my case, thinking that I could actually just get everything up to code and not really, that's all I had to do basically to kind of move forward with everything. So that's why I proposed the $800.
Okay. Can you tell me more of about your financial circumstance?
Yeah, March of last year, I got COVID and I've been out of work since then. I'm in the process of selling my home, which I'm closing on Friday, hopefully, everything going well here. I'm not selling my home because of want. It's really a need based off my financial situation. I would have addressed the work initially earlier, but wasn't able to financially. So that's kind of the financial position I'm in right now and why I proposed $800.
Okay, what are you netting from the sale of the house?
After, I mean, it's probably 150,000 is what I'm netting from the sale of the home.
Okay. I'm gonna reduce the fine to $8,000 payable within 60 days.
Ma'am, can I just add, was the first thing proposed $1,200?
No, the city requested $12,960.
Okay,
A little break because of, your financial situation when this happened and you're not being ill, but you do have the sale of the house and the proceeds coming up. So I've taken all that into consideration and reduced your fine ultimately from 42,000 something to 8.
Your Honor, just with the wasn't this for an open permit? And I'm just trying to understand what the cost was to the city other than.
A permit left to expire. It looks like 2 of them, and construction being done without a permit.
Yeah, the initial issue, which I said was self-inflicted by hiring a contractor that ended up not pulling a permit. The second contractor I hired to redo the work pulled the permit. I ended up not using him, and those are the permits that were still open. I brought everything up to code, adjusted everything actually recently to make sure that the grass and the swale was green instead of brown. So I'm just trying to understand like the cost to the city of it being $8,000 for a permit like being open.
Well, it wasn't. It was $3,200, and I've reduced it to $8,000 based on your mitigating circumstances. So that's my ruling, and it stands.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day and good luck to you.
Yep. Thank you.
This concludes our special magistrate lien reduction hearing agenda for May 11th, 2021.
Have a good day.
You too,
Bye-
Rhonda.
bye-bye.